2, 1.
Good morning. I'm Kenyon McDuffie, Councilman for Ward 5 and Chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Tuesday, May 25th, 2021, and we're convening this hearing virtually via Zoom. The time is 9:03 a.m. and I'm calling to order this public hearing. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's hearing. I'd also like to thank our distinguished guests for lending their valuable time and expertise to this important council hearing. According to a recent report from the Brookings Institution, a nationwide wealth gap exists between Black and white families. The February 22, 2020 report stated that the net worth of a typical white family in 2016 in the United States was $171,000, which is nearly 10 times greater than the $17,000 net worth of a typical Black family in 2016. Now, this may be surprising to some people, but the District of Columbia has one of the largest racial wealth gaps of any city in the United States. And as far too many residents understand all too well, income inequality is real, and it has lasting negative consequences on the quality of life for thousands of families and on our city's local economy. A 2016 study by the Urban Institute revealed that the median net worth for white, Latinx, and Black families in Washington, D.C. in 2013 and 14 was $284,000, $13,000, and $3,500 respectively. Yes, you heard it right. White households in the District of Columbia have a median net worth 81 times greater than Black households. Let me repeat that. White households in Washington, D.C. have a median net worth 81 times greater than Black households. So imagine awakening every single day and having to contend with that reality. And if you're poor, matters are likely even worse for you. For too many poor people living in the district, poverty seems a mere fact of life, a nearly inescapable fate tied to race. In these families, poverty is passed down from generation to generation in the same way that wealth is passed on in other families. As daunting as it may seem, we can change the odds for people who the data say are otherwise destined for a life of poverty, but only if we have the political will to be bold and implement policies that by design make wealth accumulation a priority. Now, when I say wealth, I don't mean excess or grandeur. To be clear, I'm not talking about taking your tax dollars and making people rich. What I'm talking about is giving lower income people access to basic economic opportunity and security to potentially help them lead a more fulfilling life. What I mean is chipping away at the stark racial wealth gap by investing directly in lower income people, encouraging saving, and giving every child born in the poverty in the nation's capital a fighting chance at achieving the otherwise elusive American dream. The COVID-19 pandemic has devastated this country. And since January 2020, when the first case of the virus was detected in the United States, the disease has infected approximately 33 million Americans and killed over 585,000. In addition to the cost in life and health that we've suffered, COVID-19 has also impacted the nation's economy. Businesses closed and millions of Americans lost their jobs. In April 2020, the national unemployment rate reached its lowest point in over 70 years. And as of April 2021, there were still 8.2 million fewer jobs than there were before the pandemic. Here in the district, 375 brick and mortar businesses have closed either temporarily or permanently during the pandemic. But even before the onset of the pandemic, some district residents were trapped in a cycle of poverty. Unsurprisingly, the brunt of this devastation throughout the pandemic has been felt by those persons, communities and businesses that were disadvantaged before the pandemic even began. Small minority-owned businesses, low-income workers, immigrants, and Black and brown communities. Low-income communities of color have not only faced higher rates of infection, hospitalization, and death, but also higher rates of unemployment and lack of access to basic necessities like food and shelter. According to the U.S. Department of Treasury, pre-existing social vulnerabilities magnified the pandemic in these communities were a reduced ability to work from home, and frequently denser housing amplified the risk of infection. High rates of pre-existing health conditions also may have contributed to more severe COVID-19 health outcomes. Similarly, communities or households facing economic insecurity before the pandemic were less able to weather business closures, job losses, or declines in earnings, and were less able to participate in remote work or education. Unfortunately, the pandemic has also reversed many gains made by communities of color in the prior economic expansion. Despite all this devastation, I'm hopeful. The pandemic has shown a spotlight on inequity in its many forms, and by doing so has energized and mobilized people to call for change. As a lawmaker, it's my responsibility to respond to those calls. And so today, the committee will consider Bill 24-236, the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021. This measure will provide a district government-sponsored trust fund for babies born in the district beginning in tax year 2022 and would apply to households with incomes below 500% of the federal poverty level, or approximately $132,000 for a family of four. These child trust accounts, which are commonly referred to as baby bonds, would help eliminate wealth inequity by helping low to moderate income children pay for important things like education, be it academic or vocational training, business ownership, business investment, property ownership, even retirement investments. The committee will also hear testimony regarding other tax policies as well, including proposals as well like universal basic income pilot programs. With us to discuss the baby bonds measure is a panel of prominent researchers and expert witnesses. And just as a reminder, witnesses will have 4 minutes to provide oral testimony. I also ask participants to please mute their microphones when they're not speaking. With that said, I'm going to call our first panel. If staff will be so kind to make these panelists participants: Andre Perry, Professor Derek Hamilton, K. Stephen Brown. I think we have all the other panels as well. We have Ms. McKern and Stephanie Kerrigan. Andre Perry is a fellow with the Brookings Institution. Derek Hamilton is with the New School for Social Research. Stephen Brown is the Senior Research Associate and Associate Director of the Urban Institute. Sinead Mary McKernan is Vice President and Director of the Urban Institute. And Stephanie Kerrigan is a Senior Associate with the Pew Charitable Trust. And we're also going to have a government witness on this panel as well. We're going to be joined by Eugenia Collis, who's an Associate Treasurer for Asset Management in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. We're going to turn first to Dr. Andre Perry. And good morning to you, sir. It's good to see you.
Yes, good to see you, and thank you for hosting this event. And I would like to also thank the entire Committee on Business and Economic Development. We are here today because we are tired. We are tired of paying more for less. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said these words in 1966 to 35,000 people in Chicago Soldier Field as part of the Chicago Freedom Movement, also known as the Chicago Open Housing Movement. Dr. King went on to relay housing price differences that resulted in Black people paying higher rents in Black majority communities for worse housing than their white counterparts. Now is the time to make real the promises of democracy, King declared. Now is the time to open the doors of opportunity to all of God's children. More than half a century later, now is still the time. According to the most recent census figure, the Black home ownership rate in America is 46%, almost the exact same level that it was when King spoke in 1966. This compared to the white home ownership rate, which is roughly 74%. Within the city limits of Washington, D.C., home ownership rates are below the national average across all groups, but gaps between white and Black residents remain 49% to 35% as of 2019. This undoubtedly contributes to a racial wealth gap that sees the average white family having roughly 10 times the amount of wealth as the average Black family. White college graduates have over 7 times more wealth than Black college graduates nationally. Even as overall U.S. home ownership has grown over the last 2 decades, there's been a catastrophic loss in home ownership in key cities that have large shares of Black residents. Unlike Baltimore, Cleveland, Philadelphia, and others, D.C. has grown its home ownership in raw counts over the last 20 years from 100 1,000 homeowners to 122,000 homeowners. But even so, the number of Black homeowners in the district has fallen by nearly 10,000, from 54,000 to 45,000, as Black families pick up and leave for the suburbs. In the year 2000, over half the homeowners in Chocolate City were Black. As of 2018, Black homeowners make up 37% of the city's home owning population and 35% of Black households. When people in Black neighborhoods do own homes, we accrue less wealth. Homeowners in disproportionately Black and Latino neighborhoods are gaining wealth about half the speed as homeowners in predominantly white neighborhoods. One of the reasons is that those homes are devalued. In 2018, my colleagues and I found that even after accounting for structural characteristics such as square footage, age, and the number of bedrooms, as well as neighborhood characteristics such as crime and school quality, homes in Black neighborhoods were valued on average $48,000 less than they would have been if the residents of the neighborhood were mostly white. That's a cumulative loss of $156 billion nationwide. In Black neighborhoods throughout the greater Washington region, homes are devalued by a comparable amount, $48,480, which is roughly 15% off the value of the typical home in the area. We are here today because we are tired. We are here, we are tired of paying more for less. These singly individual acts of racism are part and parcel of a structural problem. The housing market is structured to disproportionately exclude Black and brown households. We made individual racism in the housing market illegal. When it finds its way back in, we make it a headline. But structural racism rigs the game from the start. The root cause for these negative trends is structural racism, which is systemic. To unlock the potential of Black neighborhoods and their residents, systemic racism must be pulled at its roots rather than trimmed neatly only to grow again. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your testimony, Dr. Perry. Appreciate it. We're going to go next to Professor Hamilton.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, other esteemed members of the committee. I'm Derek Hamilton, the Henry Cohen Professor of Economics and Urban Policy, and the Director of the Institute on Race and Political Economy at the New School. I was part of that team that produced that figure that showed that there's an 81 times greater net wealth for white households in DC compared to Black households. The report painstakingly describes that this dramatic disparity is not the result of mere circumstance, but rather 2 centuries of intentional barriers codified by law that inhibited the wealth building capacities of Black and facilitated that of whites. We often think of wealth as an outcome, but its true essence is functional, what it can do for you. Wealth is as much the beginning as it is the end of an economically secure life. Wealthier families are better positioned to finance elite educations, access wealth, start a business, reside in higher amenity neighborhoods, exert political influence, purchase better counsel if confronted with an expensive legal system, leave a bequest, and withstand any number of financial hardships, including a global pandemic. Our enormous and persistent racial wealth gap is an implicit measure of our racist past, rooted in a history in which whites have been privileged by government, political, and economic interventions that have afforded them access to resources and that iterative and intergenerational accumulation that comes along with those resources. This is in contrast to a history for Black and Indigenous Americans where their personhood and whatever capital they have been able to establish has always been vulnerable to exploitation and extrapolation by state complicit confiscation, destruction, fraud, theft, terror, and other acts of violence. As a result, Blacks as a group have little ownership in America's land and means of production and remain in fear that their assets can be extrapolated. Still, much of the framing around this racial wealth gap is based in poor decision-making, largely financial, on the part of Black, Latinx, and other par borrowers. That framing is wrong. The directional emphasis is wrong. It is more likely than meager economic circumstance, not poor decision or deficient knowledge, that constrains choice itself and leaves poor borrowers with little to no financial options, but to attain and use predatory and abusive financial services. These last resort debt trap products render the recipients of this predatory product modern day indentured borrowers. Reparations would provide a retrospective, direct, and parsimonious approach to redress the Black-white wealth gap, and it would require public responsibility and atonement for that history that I described. As a complement to reparations, we absolutely would need a seed capital prospective approach like baby bonds that in perpetuity establishes an economic birthright for everyone to capital. These accounts would be held in public trust similar to Social Security and could be used as a capital foundation when a child reaches adulthood to access an appreciating asset like a home, a new business that will afford them the generational wealth that others have been afforded. The intergenerational racial wealth gap is structurally created and has virtually nothing to do with individual or racialized choices, and that includes savings behaviors. The source of inequality is structural, not behavioral. Intra-family transfers position some young adults with the capital to purchase a wealth-generating asset that passively appreciates over their lifetime. Access to this is non-merit based. This seed money is not based on some action or inaction on the part of the individual, but rather structural racism or the familial position in which an individual is born. Public provisions of baby trust or baby bonds could go a long way towards eliminating the transmission of economic advantage or disadvantage across generation and establish a more moral, decent economy that facilitates the assets, economic security, and social mobility for all its citizens, regardless of the race and family economic position in which they're born.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to go next to K. Stephen Brown. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman McDuffie and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify. It is an honor to be here, both as a researcher and as a proud Ward 5 resident, to discuss baby bonds in the District of Columbia. I'm joined here today by my Urban Institute colleague, Signa Mary McKernan, a widely recognized expert on research and policies to support wealth building. The views we express here today are our own and should not be attributed to the Urban Institute, its board, or its funders. Wealth is an important tool and asset for families that provides a platform for generational opportunity and prosperity. However, as we've heard and seen, not all families have equal access to this important asset. As Chairman McDuffie pointed out in his opening remarks, Urban Institute research, co-authored by our fellow panelist Derek Hamilton, shows that wealth gaps here in DC are among the highest we've seen in research. Wealth gaps of this scale do not result from individual failings. Rather, they are caused by legacies of racism and ongoing systemic barriers. The single largest source of wealth for most American families comes from the value in their homes. Black families are much less likely to own a home, and research from our co-panelist, Andre Perry, shows that their homes are valued substantially less, especially when they reside in predominantly Black and brown neighborhoods. This means that fewer Black families have access to wealth through home ownership, and the families that do have this primary asset are often not getting fair value and comparable wealth from it. Black people in the district have faced more than 2 centuries of economic exclusion and barriers to building wealth. Following emancipation, white people who enslaved Black people in the district were compensated for financial loss, while Black people who were held in bondage received no compensation. In the early 20th century, civil service was legally segregated, so many Black workers had limited access to the district's primary labor market. And gentrification, through an influx of well-educated and high-income white residents, turned what has long been known as Chocolate City into one where Black residents are now less than half of the city's population. These trends and disinvestment and displacement in the district have constrained Black families from accumulating the levels of wealth that white families have been able to accumulate. And income alone will not solve wealth inequalities. The racial wealth gap is 3 times larger than the racial income gap. And while income is an important input into wealth building, income and wealth are distinct, in part because wealth takes longer to accumulate, often across generations. We find that white families are about 5 times more likely than Black families to receive a large financial gift or inherit money. And when they do, they receive less than Black families, or receive less than white families, rather. Wealth inequalities need bold wealth-based solutions. To address wealth disparities, scholars, perhaps none more prominent than Professor Hamilton, and policymakers have proposed baby bonds. Baby bonds can deliver a more egalitarian pathway to economic security, regardless of the financial position individuals are born into. Research has simulated how a universal baby bonds program would narrow wealth inequalities by over 90%, while improving the net asset position of young adults. Baby bonds prioritize wealth building in an expansive sense, both by allowing young adults to pursue an array of wealth building activities and by providing a large enough endowment to cover startup costs for these activities, such as the down payment for a home, college tuition, and opening up a new business. As you consider this legislation, we suggest that a strong baby bonds program would provide automatic enrollment, consider savings penalties and asset limits in public safety net programs so that people don't lose their other benefits while they're accumulating baby bonds, and incorporate non-tuition costs as eligible education expenses. Washington, D.C. has an opportunity to be a national leader in piloting and evaluating what it looks like to build wealth through baby bonds and lay the groundwork for using policy to actively pursue the closing of the racial wealth gap. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I should have probably mentioned that you, Stephen Brown and Signia Mary McKernan were going to be testifying together. So I'm not sure if you're going to also have testimony, but you're welcome to Signia Mary McKernan.
I'll have questions.
I'll have some questions for you all after we finish with the panel testimony. So we'll turn next to Stephanie Kerrigan, and good morning to you.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Stephanie Kerrigan, and I'm a senior associate with the Pew Charitable Trust's Health Impact Project. Pew is an independent nonprofit organization which works to improve public policy, inform the public, and invigorate civic life. My work involves assisting organizations to include health considerations and policy decisions across multiple sectors. Thank you for inviting me to testify today on the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021. My colleagues and I completed a health note of this bill, which I submitted with my written testimony. A health note is a brief, objective, nonpartisan summary of how proposed legislation could affect health. Health notes provide evidence to inform decision-making. They are not intended to support or oppose legislation. In December 2020, we received a technical assistance request from Chairman Mendelson inviting us to continue our partnership with the Office of the Budget Director to conduct health notes on legislation being reviewed during Council Period 24. This health note primarily examined the available evidence regarding potential health effects of child development accounts, or CDAs, the closest analog to the government-sponsored trust funds proposed in this bill. CDAs are subsidized investment accounts that help parents save for their children's future goals, such as college or home ownership. Today, I'll focus on 4 findings from our analysis. First, socioeconomic position is a well-documented, strong predictor of health status. People with greater income and wealth are more likely to have access to health-promoting resources like quality housing and education, healthy foods, medical care and insurance, and jobs with benefits, and have resources to weather unexpected financial costs, all of which can benefit physical and mental health. These benefits carry across generations, increasing children's economic, educational, and social opportunities, and positively affecting their health over the course of their lives. Second, this bill has important implications for health equity. The principle that health disparities caused by factors such as race, income, or geography should be addressed and prevented, providing opportunities for all people to be as healthy as possible. Of the limited national research, we found some evidence that baby bonds can help reduce the racial wealth gap and socioeconomic disparities in saving, and increase asset holding among young adults. Without baby bonds, white Americans 18 to 25 years old hold nearly 16 times the wealth of young Black Americans. One study projected that baby bonds would reduce this gap to 1.4 and boost the median financial assets of young adults in the lowest quintile from $0 to nearly $31,000. This is significant because structural racism in the US and Washington, D.C. has contributed to persistent gaps in wealth, income, homeownership, and education outcomes between white households and those of color. I'll reiterate the data point Councilmember McDuffie and Dr. Hamilton shared. One report estimated that in D.C., white households had a net worth 81 times greater than Black households in 2013 and 2014. Third, we found a fair amount of evidence showing that CDAs can raise expectations of parents and children regarding children's education outcomes. Parents who expect their children to attend college are more likely to spend resources and quality time on enriching activities with their children, contributing to their children's social emotional development. Both educational expectations and childhood social emotional development are predictors of educational achievement. Finally, we found evidence that the positive effects of CDAs are primarily linked to automatic enrollment and government-funded deposits. There is strong evidence that voluntary savings mechanisms exclude low-income families. Thank you for your time. My written testimony includes my contact information, and I welcome follow-up conversations regarding the health note.
And thank you very much for your testimony. I want to thank each of the panelists for their testimony this morning. I will note that Dr. Perry had to leave for another engagement. He did give us advance notice of this, but we definitely wanted to have his voice included in today's hearing, as well as the other panelists. And so I do have some questions for you all, and I appreciate your testimony. So I'm going to start with Ms. Kerrigan. You just talked about the health note that you provided, and it's attached to your testimony. Thank you for that. And you gave us some context about why the health note was done. But I do want to give, for folks who are at home listening or watching via Facebook Live, just a little bit more insights into what a health impact assessment or health note really is. Can you talk a little bit just basically about what that means and what it does?
Sure. Health notes are actually similar to health impact assessments, but it's a methodology that we designed to be more responsive to decisions that happen on an expedited timeline, specifically around legislation. So health notes provide brief, objective, nonpartisan summaries of how proposed legislation could affect health. And they draw from recent and the best available peer-reviewed research, scientific data, public health expertise, and coupled with local data where available to help legislators understand the connections between decisions in a variety of sectors and the health of their constituents. And health notes, as I shared, they're objective, they're nonpartisan. Unlike health impact assessments, they do not make recommendations. They're really intended to help facilitate decision-making, informed decision-making.
Thank you for that. Professor Hamilton, you have really been tremendously helpful to the committee in our drafting this legislation. You've written extensively about baby bonds. If you could talk a little bit about sort of the impetus and history of baby bonds, and whether I think there's some people who in providing support publicly for the bill that I introduced perhaps think that the results of something as impactful as baby bonds would be something that would happen overnight, or that this would be the panacea to really trying to address some of the solutions that have resulted from decades of structural racism. You know that not to be the case, but talk a little bit about how long it might even take, if this were passed, to address some of the challenges with the racial wealth gap that you know so well.
Thank you for that question. Naomi Zwedi, who was referenced earlier about the study that demonstrates the impact of what baby bonds could do, surprisingly makes the case that baby bonds within a generation, if we focus on those that actually receive it, can substantially close racial wealth gaps. But as you astutely point out, the dramatic sources of despair along racial lines in America is not limited to wealth. Wealth might be one of the most paramount indicators because, as was reported by Stephen Brown, as well, what wealth can do for you in your life. That wealth is functional. Wealth gives you the opportunity to generate other forms of resources and provides economic security. And then the last thing I'll end on is this idea of baby bonds. Although I get a lot of credit for architecting it in its modern day form, it's as old as the nation's founding. Thomas Paine talked about a scenario of baby bonds where he said that every American should be endowed with some plot of land so that when they become an adult, they'll be able to tend to that land and have the benefits of the economic security provided by that land. I say we can even look into our New Deal past and see that a white asset-based middle class was formed as a result of government entitlements, programs like the GI Bill, the Fair Housing Act, that literally seeded Americans with some capital resource, not even loans, straight up resource, so that they could generate some wealth security. The white asset middle class didn't just emerge. And Ira Katz-Nelson described this very well. So, I'll say the problem is that this was not extended to Black people. As a result of the Faustian bargain to get Southern legislators to go along with passing this New Deal, largely the Jim Crow system remained intact. And by design and implementation, Black people were excluded from the benefits of this legislation.
And that's a great point you make. I think there are still some who are less familiar with the concept of baby bonds, but on the surface think that it is a mere transfer of wealth. They think that there's some who sort of a school of thought that exists that if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you really sort of assert your individual responsibility in society, that you can achieve in this country. How do you respond to that? And I'm also going to ask that same question of Signa Mary McKernan and Stephen Brown. I know it was referenced in your testimony, Mr. Brown, but I want to first give Derek Hamilton an opportunity to respond to that. This notion that that there's some people who fail to really accept responsibility individually, and that they can achieve if they put their mind to it, if they pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Some of the best evidence to refute that narrative is wealth itself, especially when we look along racial lines. If we look at high achieving Black Americans as it relates to their income as well as their education position, and compare it to those of comparable whites that have similar income and education, wealth outcomes still remain dramatic. So for instance, a household head that is Black that has a college education has less wealth typically than a white household where the head dropped out of high school. And it's not just education. For Black households where the head is full-time employed, they typically have less wealth than white household where the head is unemployed. So wealth, the way it is accumulated is you need that stock of assets. The way wealth is generated is it takes wealth to generate more wealth. Wealth begets more wealth. So without a capital foundation, we basically render people as a subsistence population that lives day to day, that what people need in their life is some nest egg so that they can accumulate over time.
And I want to also toss that question to Signa Mary McKernan and Stephen Brown, but I also want you all to talk a little bit about what you testified to. You all were careful, and I've appreciated reading your research, but you make a real critical distinction between wealth and income. You state that the racial wealth gap is 3 times larger than the racial income gap. You can, if you could, in addition to talking a little bit about this idea that individual responsibility is what's missing in the ability of people of color, Black people in particular, to accumulate wealth. Also tease out, if you would, a bit and distinguish between the two, wealth versus income, because a lot of people tend to conflate the two.
Yes, as you mentioned, the racial wealth gap is 3 times larger than the racial income gap based on Urban Institute research. And our country continues to cope with this history of discrimination that's being passed from generation to generation. As Stephen mentioned, we find that white families are 5 times more likely than Black families to receive that large gift or inheritance. And when they do, they receive less than white families. So what does that mean? Wealth isn't just for the wealthy, as you said at the beginning. It's insurance against tough times. It's that tuition to get a better education and a better job. It's capital to build a small business or a home to retire, or home and savings to retire on. And it's that springboard into the middle class. So wealth translates into opportunity, and it allows people to reach their full potential and contribute more to the overall economy, which benefits all Americans of all backgrounds. And so we need that strong, vibrant, and thriving middle class for economic growth. And just to add on to what Dr. Hamilton said, when we look at wealth and how it affects social mobility, we find that people who grow up in families with wealth, even after controlling for income, these young people from high wealth families are 1.5 times as likely to complete college. And even among families in which parents did not graduate from college, young people from high wealth families are roughly twice as likely to be upwardly mobile. And that's controlling for income. So it's affecting social mobility and providing a promise when children are young that the money will be available for them when they graduate from high school would make this financial aid a better substitute for wealth.
Your testimony also references Naomi Zwedi's research, which simulates how a universal baby bonds program would narrow wealth inequalities by over 90% while improving the net asset position of young adults. Talk a little bit about how exactly a baby bonds proposal would narrow that gap.
You want to go ahead, Stephen?
Sure. And so the way that would work is that a baby bond program through this large and significant endowment. And I think this is something that's really critical, and Professor Hamilton has talked a fair bit about in some of his past research, is that the endowment does need to be sufficiently large. And so when you have this sufficiently large endowment, what happens is that when these children are able to reach adulthood, that they have this resource that prevents them, that does a couple things. One, it prevents them from going into debt. So for instance, you think about paying for college. College is expensive, higher education is expensive. As a matter of fact, there's been abundant research that has shown that Black people in particular bear the largest cost and largest brunt for paying for college education. They have the highest kind of student loan debt to income ratios. They also default more often on their student loan debt. And so there is a really large burden to be able to pay for that education. So one, that baby bond can prevent you from even going into debt to pay for education, but it can also be a resource to start a business, which can be a wealth generating asset. It can be an asset to buy a home, which can also be a wealth generating asset. And so what it does is it puts a sufficient enough endowment, puts people on a footing where they have that resource essentially to be able to compete and to be able to use this resource to go out to get that wealth generation assets, to invest in other wealth generation assets. But also I think something that's really important here is that it allows folks of color to kind of sidestep a little bit some other challenges that are directly due to structural racism to be able to enter into wealth sooner, right? If you want to go get a business loan and you have fewer resources to draw upon, but you have this baby bond, it makes it a lot easier to start a business. Or if you are going to experience any discrimination or frustrations in being able to get a house, having this asset is going to make it easier for folks to get a house. So I do think these are tools, a very useful tool and set of assets that help people kind of enter into wealth generation much more quickly as an adult.
Yeah, and one of the features of the bill, the way that we've drafted it, that I think implicates your research is automatic enrollment. Why is this feature important?
So we believe that automatic enrollment is important because it essentially guarantees that folks will be able to gain this asset. And Sigma can also talk to the research around children's savings accounts, but we often find that when there's an opt-in component rather than mandatory enrollment, that folks may not opt in or they may not invest as much. But again, I'll let Sigma speak a little bit more to how this compares to child savings accounts.
Yep. So we have learned from child savings account and child development account research that automatic enrollment is very important, that participation rates will be lower, and that the most disadvantaged families will be left out if we don't have it. And then Urban Institute did a random control trial evaluation of the assets for independence, individual development accounts. And in that, as part of that evaluation, we found that the challenging process for opening those accounts at one of the sites may have contributed to lower participation and lower savings. So from two different literatures, we're seeing, and in the retirement literature too, we see the importance of automatic enrollment. So it was good to see that in the legislation because that is evidence-based.
Okay, appreciate that. And Ms. Kerrigan, when it comes to child development accounts, is there some research that compares the financial benefit a child enrolled in these programs receives as compared to, I guess, their peers who are not enrolled in those types of programs?
Yes, absolutely. The majority of the research that we drew on analyzed the outcomes for children who participated in the Savings for Education, Entrepreneurship, and Down Payment for Oklahoma Kids experiment. And their research found, in fact, that children who were in the treatment group, which automatically received CDAs with initial deposits of $1,000, in the latest round of testing, they had their assets had doubled through investments held over the course of 12 years, compared to the children that were in the control group that did not receive automatic account enrollments or deposits. So we found that, as the other panelists have said, automatic enrollments and government-sponsored deposits are really critical, as voluntary savings programs typically benefit folks who have disposable income and are able to set that money aside. So we found that, in fact, automatic enrollment would be more effective than, say, a matching program.
Thank you for that. I'm going to throw this out to the group. One aspect of the bill really sort of sets up the trust fund, but then also stipulates the types of things that it can be used for. Some people have said, if you're going to do this, you shouldn't decide how somebody should spend their money. There are other people that say that perhaps there should be some sort of technical assistance, some training component that gives people additional skills, outside of school perhaps or otherwise, so that they can understand how they might want to spend the investment. How would you all respond to some of those critiques of baby bonds programs generally, and this one in particular, the way we drafted it?
So I'll jump in first, if that's okay with my colleagues, and just say, there's other work that I've done with Ngina Chiteji that shows that Black middle income individuals have more caregiving responsibilities to larger extended networks of family members. And as a result, that's a contributing factor to the racial wealth gap. Indeed, that factor is as large as education in terms of its impact on the racial wealth gap. So the point in why I'm citing that study is that, one, we need to recognize that there is no panacea policy to solve all of Washington, D.C.'s problems. That if the goal is to address the racial wealth gap or to allow for asset security of all D.C. residents, then the policy needs to be targeted at that domain. Because if you were to afford me a large sum of income when I was a really young adult, it is likely that I would have had more caregiving responsibilities to larger family kin that would have limited my capacities to generate wealth because of altruism. These needs need to be addressed, but if you do it with baby bonds, it leads to some mission creep in the program. And then finally, I'll just reemphasize the point that wealth and income are both important determinants of one's economic security, but they're not the same. What it means to have wealth is very different than what it means to have income, for all the reasons we've been stating in this program. So we need to think about economic rights more broadly, and at the cornerstone, one should be thinking about wealth. And the spillover effects. I talked about the kin networks. Imagine if you had better resource communities in general, not just the individual. We haven't talked much about this, but I know DC is faced with gentrification trends. Imagine a neighborhood where you have more young adults that have capacity writ large, so that they'll be better able to maintain perhaps the residence in which they live, because it's not an individual, it's rather a group of individuals that have this resource and can have greater dominion over their neighborhood.
Anybody else care to comment on that question?
I'd be happy to add a little bit, and
Sure.
that is, I like that this is a wealth-based policy targeting wealth, and so I agree with some restrictions. I'll say that we learned from our evaluation of individual development accounts so there in that evaluation, we found evidence of increased homeownership among renters and also suggestive evidence of increased small business ownership among non-small business owners, but we didn't find an effect on education there, and a parallel study did. And when we look at one of the reasons why, one possible reason is that those accounts could only be used to be paid directly to the financial institution. And so it could only be used for tuition fees and books. And whereas the other per course evaluation just allowed permissible education related and found that after tuition fees, a large share of participants' expenses were for computers, were for software, were for transportation and additional training and rent. So I think just thinking about that, all expenses should be wealth related.
Along those lines, though, there are those, you mentioned education in that response. There are those who believe investing in education is unwise or really doesn't lead to greater wealth. How would you all respond, and what effect does asset building have on education outcomes?
Yeah, I guess I'll try to tackle that and say, because, people may have heard me say something like that, but just for clarity, within group, Black people with more education have more wealth than Black people with less education. The same is true as for whites. But when we look across groups, we don't find evidence that education solves the racial wealth gap. Indeed, we find that Black households with high levels of education have less wealth than white households without. The point that I'm trying to make in that is that the causality of thinking that education leads to wealth, it very well could be just as much wealth leads to education. And the larger point is that, again, as we talked about, there is no panacea. We should be interested in households that have a high education and high wealth, and that both of them might have different types of approaches in addressing that problem. So the benefits of getting good education for generating wealth is that if you graduate with a college degree, that gives you greater access to a managerial or professional job that also affords you some of the wealth building passive generators like a 401k, where you have an employer match, or other types of savings programs that can benefit you. I think that's the larger point. And if you do that without debt, without being indebted to the finance industry where the fruits of your labor are going towards paying down high cost of education loans, then that puts you in a really good position. And
I thought you were going to add to that as well.
Yes, so I think I like to think about this distinction that Professor Hamilton is making as gaps versus growth. So education, I think the research is abundant that additional education will increase an individual's wealth compared to if they had not gotten that education. But for folks of color, like getting an education is not necessarily going to close gaps. So it will help you grow wealth. And I think that's a pretty clear and again, abundant finding, but getting an education does not necessarily lead to closing the wealth gap. I think we're going to need a lot more policies like baby bars in order to do that. So I do think education is a good tool and a good thing for folks to use if they're going to have baby bonds, among other options and resources.
And I also wanted to ask you all about the income band that we've included in this particular bill, which is 500% of the federal poverty level. Does it make sense not to focus this program solely on lower income households? Because we're talking, I think it's approximately $132,000 for a family of four is 500% of the federal poverty level. How would you all respond to questions about that?
The reality for states and localities, as opposed to the federal government, is monetary constraints. So states and localities don't have the capacity to run deficits in the way the federal government does, nor do they have the monetary sovereignty that the federal government has. So as a result, states have to make choices as to what level of capacity they can fund these accounts. Ideally, you would, in my mind, you'd want to be able to extend it to all residents similar to Social Security, because it becomes a stakeholder type policy, a recognition that just by being a mere citizen, you are born with something. Now, even in that framework, you would make sure that the accounts are graduated in a way that those that are in the most dire financial circumstances at birth would get the most. But given the constraints that you all face, I think a targeted program is a good idea. And I think you very well might have to, because of the limitations and resources that you could provide for it. So there are ways in which the program could be tinkered to make it better or worse, but broadly speaking, targeting the resources to those that might need it the most is not a bad idea. But one slight caveat, we need to recognize that even Black households that have high levels of income typically have low wealth. So, unlike in the domain of wealth, even those seemingly better off Blacks are not doing so well. So that should be kept in mind as well.
I think that's a great point and important to sort of highlight. Did anybody else want to comment on that? Okay. Okay. Well, if you all are talking to, advising the government, for example, on baby bonds as a policy initiative, and obviously, like any government, there are constraints, right? We're not talking about infinite amounts of funding in our coffers. On the other hand, we're also talking about poverty, a racial wealth gap that is one of the largest of any city in the country, and it's persistent. It is deeply rooted, and you can almost predict, and you all probably can predict, based on data, the types of people who will end up in poverty at birth in the District of Columbia. How would you respond to a question about prioritization? Right? Obviously, this is a policy decision for the folks who run for office, and I'm not asking you to necessarily put yourselves in our place, but in the grand scheme of things, when there's so many decisions to be made, so many safety net programs that are in place, but often taking a step back, there are not as many things that are directly and intentionally designed to support wealth accumulation of people who don't have it. How would you what would you say to those who are in a position to decide where this should fall on the list of many priorities in government?
So I testified earlier that wealth doesn't solve everything, but wealth might be the most parsimonious approach to provide economic security. So if you have to choose, wealth gets very high importance. And then I'll also say that government has responsibility, particularly as it relates to race, because government's been part of the problem. If we look historically, it was government actions that created these disparities that we see today. It was government complicity to allow for exploitation, extraction of a population, as well as even direct actions that are responsible. So therefore, government has a role to redress it. And government does have a great amount of agency to redress it. We need only look at history and see what was done to generate a white asset-based middle class. And by the way, there's a lot of white insecure in terms of wealth families in America as well that need redress. So government is responsible, they have the capacity. And then the last part is, if we're looking at trade-offs, there's a lot of government investments in tax incentive programs to try to incentivize people to go into neighborhoods with capital that might be underdeveloped. One thing to keep in mind is that when doing these tax incentive programs, who's better positioned to benefit for it? And do you hasten some trends in gentrification unintendedly? So even when you say we will empower a neighborhood where if you put some capital development here by offering you tax breaks, well, who's best positioned to take advantage of those but those that have some capital in the first place? The most direct way to address wealth inequality and these capital imbalances is literally to seed people with the capital. And then you can talk about financial literacy and any other type of complementary program, but the most essential ingredient is always capital.
Can any of you comment on the best way to perhaps to try to quantify the impact of a baby bonds program? I mean, how would this program impact families in the District of Columbia? Stephanie, I don't know if you could speak to that, but I think some people are going to see this proposal as yet another entitlement program. And they might not immediately see the value or the return on the investment were the District of Columbia to move forward with a measure like this. Is there a way to talk about the impact that it would have on these individuals, on communities, on families?
Sure. It was beyond the scope of our expedited analysis to model economic outcomes, but I can share from the health perspective that both wealth and education, which may in fact be affected by this bill, are two of the strongest predictors of health outcomes. And for example, people with greater wealth generally have better health outcomes in terms of higher life expectancy, better self-rated health, lower risk of diseases like obesity, hypertension, and asthma. And similarly, the National Health Interview Survey data shows that higher educational attainment is linked with higher income, as folks have stated, thereby increasing access to health promoting goods and services like healthy food, safe housing, quality medical care, and are also associated with longevity, reduced stress, lower rates of chronic illnesses like heart disease, diabetes, and obesity, which can prove to be a financial burden for a city, for folks who are not able to access insurance, for example. So while I'm not able to provide hard numbers here, I'd also add that one study we looked at showed that having access to CDAs for low-income families showed benefits for maternal depressive symptoms, as well as increasing, as I stated before, parental and child expectations for education outcomes. And that effect seems to contribute directly to educational attainment.
Any other final comments on that point? Just how to quantify that, and in response to some of the feedback that although we haven't gotten it directly, I imagine that it's going to come. There's some folks who will look at this and say, this is yet another entitlement program heaped on to lots of entitlement programs that haven't really moved the needle when it comes to pulling some people, particularly people of color, out of poverty in our city. Is there any final comments on that before we transition to the next panel?
I'd be happy to add too. I'll just say that when you Urban Institute, we've looked at city budgets, and we've estimated the cost of having a financially healthy residence to city budgets, and we find that if families have some wealth, then, or at least $2,000 in wealth, then they are far less likely to be evicted from their housing, and homelessness is a huge budget cost. They're less likely to have their utilities shut off, and they're more likely to pay their property taxes. So we've actually put a dollar estimate to what that costs DC's city budget, and I could provide that to you after.
That'd be great. You all have provided so much already, both today in this hearing and prior to this hearing. We really appreciate you all's insights and lending so much to the work of the committee to get us here with this proposal. I do appreciate your testimony here today. Is there anything else anybody would like to add before we transition?
I'll say a little bit more about that entitlement word, because, in some ways that narrative has been grounded in and become racialized. If we look at American history, the Homestead Act, where we literally ceded land, Native American lands to people that led to their growth, was that not an entitlement? Of course it was. When we look at some of the benefits that came out from the GI Bill, were those not entitlements? Of course they were. But if we're characterizing subsistence programs as entitlements, well, I think there are better ways in which we can generate economic mobility for our people. Not just poverty maintenance, but really programs aimed at social mobility. And again, I'll emphasize, what better indicator, if we're talking about social mobility, than the functional value that wealth affords?
Absolutely. On that note, I appreciate it again. Thank you all for your time. You've been really generous with your time this morning. We're going to transition to our next witness.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to call Eugenia Collis, who's the Associate Treasurer for Asset Management within the Office of the Chief Financial Officer for District of Columbia. And good morning to you. We appreciate you being here this morning. You can begin your testimony whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman McDuffie. I am Eugenia Collis, Associate Treasurer for Asset Management for the Office of Finance and Treasury, and I'm providing testimony on Bill 24-236, the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021, on behalf of the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the Asset Management Organization. The Child Wealth Building Act of 2021 would create a district government-sponsored trust fund for babies born in the district whose family's income does not exceed the 500% of the federal poverty level, which, has been stated, is currently at $132,000 a year for a family of 4. Upon birth, every eligible child in DC would receive a $1,000 payment from the district deposited into a tax-exempt account, followed by annual income-based supplemental payments that could reach $2,000 for the lowest income families. At age 18, each eligible child would be able to request distribution for specific uses, including education, business ownership or investment, or to purchase a home or invest in real estate. Within the OCFO, the Office of Finance and Treasury, or OFT, has expertise in investment management and administering various savings and retirement programs the district sponsors for district residents, district government employees, and district government retirees. OFT could leverage this capacity to manage a child wealth building program for the district government. OFT envisions administering the trust fund in a manner similar to our administration of the district's 529 college savings plan. Administration includes employing a record keeper, establishing plan documentation, developing an investment glide path with target date investment portfolios, providing account information and access to that information through a website, issuing individual account statements, preparing annual financial statements for the plan, overseeing audits, and providing general oversight and administration of the trust fund. Income verification and verification of continued residency will be key components of determining annual contributions and will need to be managed by agencies within the district with access to that type of confidential information. Since certification of program eligibility is typically managed by executive agencies, the OCFO looks forward to working with your staff on the best way to ensure program integrity. Standing up such a program would require funds to be budgeted to pay for program startup costs, administration of the trust fund, as well as needing one additional full-time OFT employee to help stand up the program. Once there is a certain level of assets in the trust fund, fees could be assessed to pay for the ongoing administration of the trust fund. Again, using the district's 529 college savings plan as example, the original plan stand-up costs were approximately $500,000. The ongoing costs include a charge applied to the asset value of the assets under management. The record keeper charges a fee of 30 basis points. 25 basis points pays for all the services the record keeper and plan manager provide. The other 5 basis points are retained by the district to pay for our administration of the trust fund. A fiscal impact statement is currently being developed by the Office of Revenue Analysis, which will provide more detailed analysis on the number of potential enrollees, the overall costs, and anticipated contributions over each year. We would have difficulty administering the bill as written, and we need some clarity on several items. Once these questions have been answered, we'll work with your staff on potential clarifying language. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this bill. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
I appreciate it and thank you for your testimony. I do have just a couple of questions for you. I think I heard you mention in your testimony that the programs are usually managed by the executive, but could the OCFO manage this child trust fund program?
Well, yes, the OCFO can manage the trust fund. And as I mentioned, we do have expertise in managing different programs for the district government. And one of my examples was the college savings plan, 529 college savings plan. So we envisioned that we could manage just the way we do for that plan.
Okay.
But some of the issues that, or some of the questions that we have are more administration of eligibility and validating ongoing eligibility. I don't think that we have that information available to us.
Okay. Okay. In terms of managing the program, would the office OCFO be able to verify participant income and residency through, maybe income tax filings? Are there other ways that this sort of information could be obtained by the office?
I would defer to my colleagues in the Office of Tax Revenue, but I know that not every resident is filing tax returns, and if you're at a certain income level, you're not required to file tax returns. So I think the answer is tax returns that in and of themselves would not provide the adequate information to validate eligibility for the program.
Okay, and perhaps this question that you all could follow up with if you don't know off the top of your head, but I understand that the record keeper of this sort of child trust fund could charge 30 basis points or 0.3%. I don't know if you know specifically, but how does this compare to the 529 program that you referenced in your testimony?
Right.
Other popular index funds?
So for our current 529 college savings plan, that's what the charge is. It's 30 basis points, or the 0.3%. And 0.25% goes to the record keeper and the plan administrator that's managing sort of the day-to-day record keeping activities. And that 0.05% comes back to the district, and that pays for all of our administrative costs. So, doing the financial audits, making sure there's a website. In the case of the college savings plan, we also do marketing for the plan. So there's a variety of costs that we incur as district government to oversee the plan, and that's what those fees go to.
Okay. You do mention in your testimony that the fiscal impact statement is currently being developed by the Office of Revenue Analysis. We look forward to seeing that. Do you have a sense of how, what the time frame might be to actually have that produced?
I don't know.
The budget is coming down this week, and I understand that you all are hard at work, and I know my staff is hard at work in prep, and we'll be really into the budget once it comes down. But with that in mind, that as context, what's your sense around this?
I don't know that I can give you an exact date, and indeed we are all working on the budget, but I've already had discussions with the Office of Revenue Analysis. I know they've already started working on it. I've provided input, and I know others have provided input, so hopefully soon after the budget, but I can't give you a specific date yet.
Okay, no, I wouldn't ask you for a specific date. Just wanted to get a more of a time frame. You talked a little bit about this, and you mentioned in your testimony, but you note the need for some clarity on several items in the bill around how it could be administered. Are the questions that remain the same ones you communicated to my staff via email in late April? It's my understanding that the OCFO did prefer to discuss these items here on the record, but also to have those discussions about fleshing out the items that needed clarification after the hearing. And so are those concerns that you mentioned generally in your testimony the ones that you all will hope to be able to hash out with the committee afterwards?
Yes, exactly. We have a list of a number of things that we want to discuss and have clarity on, and for us to work with your staff. So we'll be handing those over to your staff once we're completed here today, and we'll work together toward resolving any questions we may have.
Well, we would appreciate that, and we look forward to seeing the questions and working with you all to clarify.
Okay.
Let me see if I have any other questions for you. This is how large generally are the various sort of similar savings and retirement funds in terms of enrollees and monetary amount?
Mhm. Our 529 College Savings Plan currently has about $900 million in assets.
Okay. You know how many enrollees approximately?
There are about 24,000 active accounts.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add to the record before I transition to the next panel? I don't have any additional questions for you at the moment, but do look forward to working with you all on the things that require clarification.
Yeah, thank you. We likewise look forward to working with you and your team.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're going to add Susanna Groves as a participant. Susanna Groves is the Deputy Director for Research in the Office of the Budget Director at the Council of the District of Columbia. Hey, you know what? I am so sorry. I see Councilmember Silverman is here. I apologize. I see your name, Councilmember, and oh, Christina Henderson is also here. I apologize. I did not even know that you were on this. I may need to expand my screen a little bit. My apologies. Did we lose Ms. Collis already? If not, I'd love to give them the opportunity to. Oh, great. You're still here. Thank you.
I'm still here. Thank you.
My apologies again, Councilmember Henderson. I did not see that you were on. I do want to give you an opportunity to provide a statement or ask any questions of this panel.
No problem, Chairman McDuffie. I'm not a member of your committee. I'm just here to listen and learn more from the witnesses. Unfortunately, I came in at the tail end of Ms. Collis's testimony, so I don't have any specific questions for her, but thank you so much for being here, and to all of the folks who have testified. I'll be in and out, but I'm just lingering in your committee today.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I don't see Councilmember Silverman. She may be looking to join. Oh, perfect. You are here. And I apologize again to you as well. I did see you earlier. I just neglected to call you. Ms. Collis is still here in case you have any questions for her or want to provide any sort of statement.
No, I'll just get in on the lingering. So I'm interested in all three phases. Interested to hear the next set of testimony on universal basic income, and intrigued by the lineup on the tax policy phase. So thanks, Councilmember McDuffie, and I'll just take my cues from Councilmember Henderson on the lingering.
Okay, I'll probably just give you all a call. I know you all are busy, and so I'll just if I see the camera, if you all are still present, I'll give you a call when we conclude the testimony. We're going to start first with Susanna Groves, and then hear from some public witnesses. So, Ms. Groves, good morning to you. I really appreciate you taking some time to be with us this morning. I know that you're busy, as is everybody, as we anticipate the budget coming down this week. But you can begin your testimony whenever you're ready. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members and guests of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Thank you for inviting me to share my research on Universal Basic Income, UBI. My name is Susanna Groves. I serve as the Deputy Director for Research within the Council's Office of the Budget Director. The Research Division is dedicated to policy and economic analysis. We support Council members as they make evidence-based policy decisions. In 2018, my late colleague and friend, John McNeil, and I co-authored a study on the feasibility of implementing a UBI in the District of Columbia. The study was requested by Councilmember David Grasso and Chairman Phil Mendelson under Council Rule 308. For today's hearing, I'm going to focus on just two aspects of our study. First, the administrative hurdles that a state or local government would face when implementing a full-scale UBI program through a cash transfer. Second, the opportunity that a refundable tax credit presents. When people talk about a UBI, they are generally referring to a cash transfer program. For example, they might be thinking of a program that issues, say, a $500 a month stipend. However, this model is difficult for a state or local government to implement at full scale because of how it would interact with federal anti-poverty programs and income taxes. Raising households' income through a UBI cash transfer could jeopardize their eligibility for other critical social safety net programs absent a change in federal law or rules. For example, eligibility standards for SNAP, TANF, and housing choice vouchers are set by the federal government and are based on how much money an applicant earns and their savings. A UBI cash payment would mean that in the eyes of the federal government, some recipients would now earn too much to also receive subsidized food, housing, healthcare, childcare, or utilities. Boosting household income through a state or local cash transfer could also jeopardize federal aid that helps communities thrive, such as Title I school funding, free and reduced school lunches, and Head Start. Further, cash transfer payments made by a state or local government would be subject to federal income taxes. Consequently, a cash transfer program would end up shifting locally raised tax dollars that are spent through a UBI to federal coffers. The district could get around these two issues, income eligibility standards for anti-poverty programs and federal tax liability, by implementing a UBI through a refundable tax credit. A refundable tax credit lowers a filer's tax liability and issues cash refunds to those who earn below a set threshold. For example, one of the most powerful anti-poverty programs in the US, the Earned Income Tax Credit, EITC, is refundable. A UBI implemented this way would not jeopardize residents' access to means-tested federal programs. We know this because our local EITC refunds are not included in federal income eligibility formulas. Household income derived from a refundable tax credit would not be subject to federal income taxes for filers that take the standard deduction, which most people do. It could be structured to closely resemble a UBI cash transfer. For example, it could be delivered as a monthly payment, just like the Biden administration's new $300 monthly refundable child tax credit will be. Refundable tax credit could make a significant impact on households' economic security. Doing so would require a substantial and ongoing investment from the district. Our 2018 study estimated that a refundable tax credit, which ensured that no District of Columbia tax filer earned less than the federal poverty level, would cost DC between $300 million and $1 billion in foregone revenues each year. UBI could provide the district with a powerful new tool for alleviating poverty. It would put DC at the vanguard of policy innovation and could narrow the racial wealth gap. Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie, for inviting me to share my research with the committee. I'm submitting expanded remarks and the whole report for the record. I'm, of course, also available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Groves, for your testimony. We really do appreciate it. And we also, while I'm at it, I should give thanks to former colleague David Grasso, who, with the chairman in the Council Budget Office, made that request to have this study. We really appreciate the initiative that was set about some years ago. So let me turn to Councilmember Henderson to see if you have any questions for Ms. Groves or any comments.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you, Ms. Gross, for your testimony and for the research and work that you all have done. I'm curious if you have been following the work that Martha's Table and a group called Thrive East of the River have been doing in terms of an experiment, if you will, around unconditional cash transfers that they've been doing over this past year during the pandemic, and how that kind of plays into the research and work that you've been doing.
Well, the research that John and I did was in 2018.
Okay.
And we have not updated our findings. I understand that the Thrive DC will be presenting next, so they can speak in greater detail about their program. But I understand that they do face the benefit interaction, which I described,
Right.
about the cash transfer rendering some participants ineligible for other federal benefit programs.
I'm curious. I guess since your research happened in 2018, you didn't look at the other jurisdictions who have also sort of tried this. Compton kind of comes to mind, and yeah.
Yes. So when we did our research, Stockton was just gearing up to start a UBI, and it had been announced, but it hadn't been implemented. We did look at other jurisdictions around the world that have the UBI or a pilot program, as well as pilot programs that took place in the United States under the Nixon administration in the 1970s. With the exception, I believe, of Finland, these were all pilot programs that had a very limited number of participants, so a few hundred to a few thousand, and they were all time limited. So, you know, a 6-month or year, 2-year program. It wasn't making a program permanent and full scale.
Got it. So I hear you when you're saying like one way to get around this would be through the refundable tax credit, but that requires people actually filing their taxes, which is not always the case. So what happens there? I mean, in terms of people who would otherwise be eligible, essentially leaving a benefit on the table. But then I think also around this idea of, because when traditional tax time is, you would only get this benefit in sort of the springtime of spring, summer-ish, as opposed to being able to draw down the benefit when you need it the most, winter months, et cetera. What are your thoughts on that?
The EITC provides a really great example of what's wrong with providing a benefit through the tax code. So in DC, unfortunately, when we were doing our research, I have not updated the numbers, but I believe 27% of filers who are eligible in DC for the EITC do not file their taxes. And so that's leaving tens and tens of millions of dollars on the table, really critical supports. And at least a few years ago, I don't know if this has changed since, DC had one of the lowest rates of filing for EITC. So we left a lot of money on the table. In addition, one flaw with the EITC expansion is that sort of approach is that EITC only goes to people who have income. And so if you are unemployed, long-term unemployed, or work in the cash economy and don't report your income, you would not qualify for the benefit. So there's definitely flaws with that model. We could potentially, the district could potentially seek federal waivers for every benefit program, but that would require multiple years. It's
Right.
not something that the council could just legislate. It would require real engagement with the executive. So I don't want to sort of promise that that's an easy path forward. Probably the best approach would be a change in federal law. In terms of the payment,
That's an easy and fast approach too. I change it.
Exactly. But in terms of how the payment is issued, there is a danger of issuing it as a lump sum once a year that you could render people ineligible for other federal benefit programs because their assets would be too high. So if all of a sudden you get a $6,000 deposit in your bank account
At one time.
Yeah, at once, you'd be kicked off of SNAP, unless you spend it all down in 1 month. So there's nothing to stop the district from issuing the checks every month, or every other month, or every week, or it's just a matter of legislating or through rulemaking, establishing what the time schedule is for issuing those payments. As I mentioned in my testimony, the new child tax credit from the federal government will be issued on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
And I believe there is an option currently with the federal EITC to receive it on a monthly basis, but few taxpayers take advantage of that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other further questions. Thank you.
All right, let me just check in with Councilmember Silverman before we move on. Okay, well, Ms. Gross, again, we really appreciate your research and you taking the time to provide the testimony. As you noted, you're going to provide a written testimony for the record, and we appreciate receiving that as well. Now we're going to move on to some public witnesses. We have Elaine Mag, who's a Principal Research Associate with the Urban Institute, Madeline Niley, Director, Economic Security Project, George Jones, Executive Director, Bread for the City, and Melody Webb, Founder and President, Mothers Outreach Network. And we've got a couple of these witnesses who will be able to speak to the project that you mentioned earlier, Thrive, Councilmember Henderson. And so we welcome each of them to this portion of the hearing. We'll just give a moment for folks to transition as participants. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I think we got everybody on. So we're going to begin this portion of the hearing with Elaine Mag. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. Chairman McDuffie and other committee members, thank you for inviting me to discuss the possibility of adopting a universal basic income program in the district. My comments will largely be based on lessons we learned from the Thrive program, an ongoing cash demonstration project primarily in Ward 8. The views I express today are my own and should not be attributed to the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center or to the Urban Institute, its boards, or its funders. UBI increases economic security by guaranteeing that every individual has some form of income or resources every month. No single program in the US accomplishes this. Instead, families can fall through the cracks because of program eligibility rules that are confusing or not well matched to need. The Thrive Project was designed to address the disproportionate economic impact the COVID-19 pandemic was having on very low-income DC residents in Ward 8. It grew out of an existing partnership of 4 community-based organizations. The centerpiece of the collaboration was to deliver $5,500 to every enrolled household, either as one payment or as 5 monthly payments. The payments began in July of 2020 and continue now as people join the program. The program has provided emergency relief to 467 families to date. Before the pandemic, residents of DC experienced higher than average rates of poverty. And in Ward 8, where the majority of Thrive participants lives, the poverty rate was just over 34%. Research on people living in poverty shows a multitude of worse outcomes relative to people not in poverty. And this is especially true for children. Relative to children in higher income families, children experience poverty, see negative effects on early brain development, reduced educational attainment, and lower paying jobs as adults. Having more cash can promote child development, both because of the goods and services that parents can buy and because it can reduce stressful environments. Indeed, when the COVID-19 pandemic shut down schools and indoor activities, a number of Thrive participants reported spending the money they received from Thrive on toys and activities to keep children engaged at home. Before the pandemic in the US, food insecurity had been falling in the district. About 11% of DC residents were food insecure, a number that would grow to 16% in 2020 as the pandemic's effects intensified. Evidence suggests the problem was even worse in Ward 8. But one Thrive participant told us the Thrive program money was very helpful for their family. They told us, "We try as hard as we can. It helped, especially with the food every week. It really helped me help out my family." Being at risk of eviction is also a problem in the district. An analysis of eviction filings from 2014 to 2018 in Washington, D.C. showed that about 11% of renter households are affected by eviction every year. In Ward 8, that share is closer to 25%. Almost 90% of Thrive participants reported renting their homes. People with the low incomes who rent are often severely rent burdened and have less in savings to protect themselves from economic shocks, making them vulnerable to eviction. Two threads tie these issues together. They are issues made worse by income volatility, and the core is lack of money. As one caseworker told us, there's just never enough money to cover the needs. The U.S. safety net relies on a system that targets programs to certain people to cover certain needs. It leaves people out. You might sometimes have to be either very low income, elderly, partially blind, have a particular medical condition to receive benefits. SNAP benefits, according to the Urban Institute's Elaine Waxman, doesn't even cover 90% of the cost of meals in most U.S. counties. About 73% of Thrive participants participate in SNAP. The lesson is that if Thrive were an ongoing program, monthly benefits might be able to prevent people from getting behind on regular bills, including rent. And the DC government may be in a position to waive eligibility requirements that would allow recipients to not have to worry about benefit loss. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Madeline Niley. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
It's Madeline Naley.
Madeline Naley. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready, and thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and esteemed council members for having me here today. I'm Madeline Naley, Director of Guaranteed Income at the Economic Security Project, or ESP, and co-chair of the Guaranteed Income Community of Practice. At ESP, we ground our work in an understanding of people's lived economic experience with a racial and social justice focus. This focus on racial and economic justice guides our thinking around guaranteed income, and in fact is why we use that term rather than universal basic income. Unlike a universal basic income, which would be provided to all people regardless of need, a guaranteed income is targeted universalism. It is an income floor through which no one can fall. To move this idea from the margins into the mainstream, we funded leaders and programs like the Stockton Economic Empowerment Demonstration, or SEED, and the Magnolia Mothers Trust, or MMT, run by Springboard to Opportunities. And we now have data points, research results, and the personal stories to support our bold idea. Giving people money with no strings attached is good for them, for their families, and for their communities. The Magnolia Mothers Trust is the longest running guaranteed income program in the US since the 60s and 70s, and the only program to specifically focus on Black women living in extreme poverty in the US. Now on its third cohort, MMT provides Black moms living in subsidized housing in Jackson, Mississippi with $1,000 a month for 12 months. Key results from the first year found that the percentage of participants able to pay their bills without additional support increased from 37% to 80%. The percentage of participants with a completed high school education increased from 63% to 85%. And the percentage of participants preparing 3 meals a day at home increased from 32 to 75%. Collectively, the MMT mothers were able to pay off $10,000 of predatory debt that first year. The first disbursements to the second year cohort were made days before Mississippi locked down due to COVID-19, including closing schools. As we all know, the pandemic and economic crisis has disproportionately hit low-income women of color. Evaluation of the disbursements made to this cohort makes clear that receiving a guaranteed income was a lifeline for the mothers of MMT, allowing them to meet their basic needs, prioritize their health and the health of their families, and have the agency to make decisions that best fit their needs. SEED, the Stockton Economic Empowerment Demonstration, provided 125 Stocktonians with $500 a month for 24 months. The last disbursements were made in January 2021, and the initial results of the first year of data collection prior to the COVID crisis hitting is now available. What we found was that income volatility was reduced. Recipients found full-time employment. At the start of the disbursements, 28% of recipients had full-time employment, and 1 year into the program, 40% of recipients were employed full-time. In contrast, 32% of those in the control group were employed at the start of the program full-time, and that increased only to 37% in year 1. Recipients were healthier, showing less depression and anxiety and enhanced well-being. And this was both over time and compared to the control group. This alleviation of financial scarcity created new opportunities for self-determination, choice, goal setting, and risk-taking. In addition to the data from MMT and SEED, we have nationwide data on the stabilizing benefit of cash, where nearly $850 billion has gone out through 3 rounds of stimulus, and more will be coming through the CTC expansion and ARPA. This was found to be the fastest and most impactful investments helping Americans get through the crisis and lifting more people out of poverty than any other policy. As we build a recovery, it is imperative that we recreate not what existed before and what we've learned so much about from our previous speakers, an inequitable system in which many, particularly Black and Brown Americans, were living paycheck to paycheck with little security to protect against even modest financial shock. Instead, we have an opportunity to tackle these inequalities head on and build an economy that works for everyone. A guaranteed income is one part of that solution. Thank you for your time. My written comments include my contact information, and I'm available for any follow-up or questions you may have.
We'll have some questions for you after the other witnesses testify. We do appreciate you providing that testimony. Next, we're going to have George Jones. Good morning to you. It's good to see you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good morning, and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. It's a pleasure to be here and really excited about you convening this this hearing topic. My screen just said that it was unstable. I hope that I'm coming through loud and clear.
You are. We'll let you know if we have any difficulties, but you sound good.
This past year, it's been, my name is George Jones. I'm the CEO of Bread for the City. And this past year has been an extraordinary time to make the rebirth of the civil rights movement, spurred by the murder of George Floyd and a contentious presidential election, and to some degree, sort of on the heels of some pretty weak leadership on Capitol Hill. At the start of COVID-19, I came together with 3 other nonprofit CEOs from Far Southeast, Strengthening Collaborative, Martha's Table, and Building Bridges Across the River to create an initiative that we called Thrive East of the River. You've heard a little bit about that. I'll done in my remarks. But those leaders came together really at on the eve of the pandemic hitting the East Coast in 2020. And by July 2021, we had established a project what is called Thrive. And it was designed to address the disproportionate economic impact that the pandemic was having and going to have on people very low incomes in Ward 8. It grew out of our existing partnership among these agencies. We'd worked together for many, many years, and so it made it easy for us to come. And at the heart of it, as was mentioned by Elaine earlier, was this idea of getting $5,500 into the households, into the hands of 500 families here in Ward 8, which is where I'm actually sitting. The payment started in July 2020, as I said. So far, we've helped 475 DC families living in this ward. The vision for our project was kind of 3. We wanted to alleviate the impact of the crisis. We wanted to help stabilize families, and we wanted to foster mobility for those families who could use those funds, in fact, sort of become somewhat economically mobile. Our values, we believe that people had the ability to and the right to make their own spend the money. We wanted to make sure that we were treating our community members with respect and their community with respect. We pledged to always act with those families and individuals that we were looking to assist. And we believe in a racially and economically equitable community. And so that providing values that sort of was the basis for this initiative. Thrive's approach is based on established social science and economic theories around public benefits and universal basic income, which posit that the adequate financial support, not only will individual poverty, with adequate positive support, not only will individual poverty, folks in poverty be mitigated, or the impact of poverty be mitigated, but increasing power will positively benefit the entire economy. Recent results bear this out. Despite the surge in unemployment seen during the pandemic, the poverty rate in the United States appears, if not lower than usual, a direct result, we believe, of the government's stimulus checks. However, ideally, Thrive would complement, not supplement, local government benefits. Thrive clients live on very low incomes. Federal and local benefits such as SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, and DC Healthcare Alliance to ensure those living on such low incomes have some degree of stability and support. Thrive cannot replace these programs, but must work alongside them, and any income programs must do the same. Thrive believes this is one way to address Washington, D.C.'s extreme income inequality, which tracks along the median income of white families in the district is $126,000, more than 3 times that of Black families in D.C., whose median income is $38,000. Cash transfers can help narrow this disparity and support racial equity as it also mitigates poverty. In cash support projects to work, DC government must collaborate with programs and support them. If DC is going to be a leader in guaranteed income movement, the council needs to remove barriers and provide support to give programs the flexibility to experiment. One barrier we encountered was the limits, the income and asset limits. I see I'm out of time, so let me sort of cut to the chase. A lot of what you have, I'll sort of close by saying that district government can make a big difference by supporting waivers for those on low income so that they can benefits without destabilizing of the local public insurance, public health insurance, TANF, SNAP, and other support. Again, by providing funds to the expansion of Thrive and programs like it, DC could become a leader in the world of basic universal income, and an example for the rest of the country as to what a truly progressive city committed to ending racial and income inequalities could look like. For your time and opportunity to discuss Thrive east of the river and the guaranteed income transfers that I talked about today.
And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Jones. We're going to turn next to Melody Webb. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, good morning. And thank you, Council Chair McDuffie and other esteemed council members. I'm Melody Webb, the Executive Director and founder of Mothers Outreach Network, a DC-based nonprofit. I'm also a DC resident, a third-generation Washingtonian. Mothers Outreach uses legal informational workshops, advocacy, and holistic strategies to empower DC mothers seeking economic security while facing the involuntary removal of their children to foster care. In the fall of 2020, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Mothers Outreach came together with DC residents, workers, advocates, and an array of stakeholders to form our citywide DC Universal Basic Income Coalition. The coalition has been exploring a range of basic income strategies to eliminate poverty. Some coalition participants and allies have undertaken a petition campaign and are urging Mayor Bowser to join Mayors for a Guaranteed Income, which is a terrific opportunity for the city to acquire up to $500,000 in private funds for pilots in DC, among other benefits. There is, as has been stated, an unconscionable level of poverty in Washington, DC. We support a 3-part proposal to address this. 1, a new minimum income analysis undertaken by the DC City Council using a racial equity lens. 2, a citywide pilot initiative to learn and fine-tune a guaranteed income program as we go along. And 3, a permanent publicly funded guaranteed income program. So let's just set the stage by reviewing some terms that are often used interchangeably in the discussion of minimum income policies. Universal basic income means all households receive a cash transfer of the same amount. No household would be excluded or receive a different benefit. Guaranteed income includes policymakers setting an income floor committing to all residents having at least the specified amount of cash available to them each year. A household's cash transfer will be equal to the gap between their earned income and the income floor. Those who earn above the income floor would not receive a transfer. Payments would be otherwise unconditional. Finally, pilot programs. Pilots are experiments providing funds to a subset of people in a community for a limited period of time. There are critical social and economic reasons, some have been touched upon, to undertake a guaranteed income proposal. First, we are experiencing a newly exposed and exacerbated what we call a racial equity emergency, and it demands our attention. Second, a guaranteed income proposal critical to fostering a healthy, inclusive democracy that addresses historical economic inequality to ensure we have racial economic emancipation for Black DC residents. Opportunity is unconcerned with the color of a man's skin. Until that happens, we don't have a true democracy, and we want an abolition democracy, as W.E.B. Du Bois stated. Third, there's a driving economic need for guaranteed income. Neither the city's minimum wage of $15 an hour at $30,000 annual salary, nor the city's TANF cash assistance program, which is funded at only 30% of the federal poverty level, help impoverished residents meet the cost of living in DC. The federal poverty level, just to remind us, is around $12,800 per adult per year. And respectfully, the DC City Council's own budget report, which has been alluded to, released in 2018, concludes it's very difficult for low-income households living in the district to make ends meet, even with public social safety net benefits. For a household to meet their needs, it actually costs, according to that report, $36,000 a year income for a single adult household, $66,000 a year for an adult with one child household, and $96,000 to meet one's basic costs as an adult with two children. The city's racial economic caste system of income and wealth inequality has consequences. 3 out of every 4 DC cases in foster care in 2020, overwhelmingly Black, are rooted in poverty, stemming from neglect-based allegations. Neglect, as you all might know, concerns harming the health or welfare of a child under 18 years of age, and doing so through failing to accord them adequate food, clothing, shelter, education, or medical care. Finally, we can substantially eliminate poverty through a range of innovative pilot programs. We've heard about some of them. I encourage us to support some. And I urge the DC City Council to undertake the following in creating a DC Guaranteed Income Program. First, conduct a new minimum income policy analysis, as I mentioned earlier, for DC using a revised set of assumptions in your macroeconomic model, updating the 2018 analysis, factoring in racial equity. Second, fund a set of innovative multi-year pilot initiatives using a public-private model. And third, apply what is learned from those pilot programs to design and launch a citywide publicly financed permanent program. And that program should be phased in for up to a certain percentage of the federal poverty level that will foster self-determination. I can't see how much time I have left. But we are really interested in using best practices. We encourage the passage of local legislation, and that the city would advocate for federal legislation and regulations that exempt payments as countable incomes for public benefits eligibility and for taxable income.
Your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
I just want to give you a heads up, and obviously we're going to have a round of questions and from the members who are present. And so we'll have some more time for you to add on to whatever you weren't able to get to in your written testimony. So, I do have some questions. I think the place I want to start off is sort of what you mentioned toward the end of your testimony. Ms. Webb, you recommended that the council update the 2018 study. And as we heard from Susanna Groves, from the council's budget office, they published a report a few years ago on UBI, and it identified several risks the district may encounter in establishing a program. One such risk identified is the potential that a basic income program would disincentivize work. In other words, recipients of the benefit would reduce work hours or start working altogether. Now, the report does note that at the time it was published, there was little data on the effects of basic income programs. Available data has significantly grown since the report's publication in 2018, as basic income pilots have cropped up around the country. So what does the newly available data show about the impact of basic income pilots on employment? Who would like to speak to that?
I'm happy to take that.
Sure.
So as I noted, the Stockton Economic Empowerment Demonstration, one of the findings from the first year was that receiving that $500 a month, unrestricted, no strings attached cash increased recipients' full-time employment. We're still digging into the rest of the data, but it appears from the stories collected, from the conversations had, that this allowed people to stop their third side hustle gig work and spend more time applying to better paying jobs. Someone reports being able to take an unpaid internship that then led to a higher paying full-time employment. So we saw that this economic security created the space for risk taking that allowed for movement up the economic ladder. Now, there is some concern that this was gendered. It was men who were able to take advantage of these opportunities because $500 a month is not enough to cover childcare. And so that continued to fall on women who used this money to take care of their health, things that had long been put off because moms tend to take care of everybody but themselves first. So there's still some ways in which, as Derek Hamilton spoke about and others, this is one part of the puzzle. There's still a lot more to be done there. $500 a month is not going to be enough to pay for full-time childcare to allow moms or other care providers to be able to move into higher paying wage work. But we also have to think about, well, what is the best use of someone's time?
Right. Now, and speaking of moms, you talked about in your testimony the Magnolia Mothers Trust being the longest running guaranteed income program in the country. And you in your written testimony provide some key results from the first year. I think it's worth talking a little bit more about some of those key results. And I really like, after moving from Ms. Naley, I'd like you to answer that question, but I also want the others to think about some of the positive results that you all have seen. I know, still early on in Thrive East of the River, but I'd love to hear some of the things that you all are seeing, even if anecdotally, from the work that you're doing with Thrive. So I'll start with Ms. Naley, if you want to talk about MMT and some of the key results from the first year, and then we'll go to Mr. Jones and Ms. Webb and others to talk about some of the positive results that they're seeing from Thrive and other places around the country, if you see those too.
Yeah, so MMT saw great results, both the first and second year. I think one of the most startling for me was the ability of the moms to pay off $10,000 of predatory debt combined. So that was 20 moms in the first year. And thinking about the impact that would have when you're not reliant on extractive check cashing or other ways of funding, and how you can start to build some economic security. In the second year, some of the great results we saw, especially, again, the first payments went out days before Mississippi lockdown, but the number of mothers with health insurance increased 25% during the global pandemic because of that guaranteed income. We saw an increase from 27 to 83% of the moms able to pay all of their bills on time, again, during the lockdown and global crisis. The percentage of mothers able to save for an emergency increased from 44 to 80%. And the mothers reporting enough food on the table for themselves and their children increased from 64 to 81% at a time when food scarcity was increasing around the country.
Thank you for that. What about Thrive? It's still pretty early, but just anecdotally, what kinds of positive results or things are you hearing from some of the participants?
Well, I'm sure Elaine will have some comments about what they've seen at Urban Institute. I'll talk a little bit anecdotal. I would say that one of the inspirations for Thrive was this idea that this information that was known nationally for many, many years, that when it came to social economic indices, these kind of guaranteed cash or income transfers really positively every indice that you would read about. So people were more likely to be housed, more likely to have employment after receiving the cash, more likely to be healthier, their kids did better in school. So those are kind of the things that we were hearing about, these kinds of initiatives, which is what we've seen in the short run at in Ward 8 is that families, probably use a lot of these dollars security. And so we had one extreme where one of our early recipients actually was trying to purchase a home and took the $5,000 one-time payment, $5,500 one-time payment we gave to actually finish add to the money she had for a final down payment and actually secure the house. And that was an outlier. That's not typically what would happen. But I had another person who I knew, another one of the recipients, who said to me explicitly, substandard housing, where he was really where he was immune compromised and was really worried about his own health, took the $5,000 and moved into and said to me that he really felt like it saved him. So we heard a lot about how people were using their dollars to really stabilize their housing, but people were also using it and one of the last thing I'll say is the narrative that people worry about so much is that people are going to somehow run off to Vegas or otherwise squander their money. We saw from the recipients of the dollars that we transferred to them.
And I would just add that we conducted interviews with several Thrive participants, so this is all anecdotal, but they shared with us a variety of ways the money was used. They put together their first and last month's rent to move into a new, safe home. They purchased supplies for children. They put food on the table. They paid utility bills that they were behind on. They purchased items that can be used to make more money, such as clippers and other tools for barber schools. So our stories we're hearing from families is that they use this money to actually create mobility for themselves. And I'll just say one other thing is that Kathy Eden in her work often reminds us that we live in a cash economy. You can't trade your food stamps to go to the laundromat. And so there are essential functions people need cash for, and we need to find ways to provide that cash to them.
And I'm over my time this round. When I come back for another round, I do want to talk about some of the challenges with establishing these pilot programs. I know that we've been talking to you all within the committee about potential proposals. I know that Ms. Groves and others in their testimony talked about a refund versus a tax credit and how to address some of the challenges with the income and federal entitlements. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that in my second round. I'm going to turn now to Councilmember Henderson for a round.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Mr. Jones, I'm curious, as you all were having conversations with participants in the Thrive program at the very beginning, to what extent was the quote unquote onboarding process, if you will, right? So like explaining you could do the lump sum versus the monthly payment, explaining, or I guess allaying fears to just say like, no, there really are no strings attached. This is money that you can use. I imagine that there had to be a little bit of, in some ways, convincing participants that this was actually like for real.
Sure. Well, I don't think that was so difficult, but yeah, I'm sure people were surprised anyway. But we did have a process. Redford City actually served as the fiscal agent, so we did a lot of the onboarding and introducing people to the initiative. And some of the key things is we did have to talk. We had our social workers, but primarily our attorneys, our public benefit attorneys, talk about the possible implications for accepting cash transfers if they were on public benefits. For some people, it meant that they wanted to get a lump sum. The type of risk or exposure they had sort of would really show up if they got consistent, $1,100. They could also get $1,100 consecutive month, or they could get $5,500 as a one-time payment. And so some people chose the $5,500 because it worked better for them economically and for the impact on benefits, or because they had a one-time use that again was going to disappear. The down payment, purchase a car, and so they really sort of essentially removed the risk. Other people wanted their $1,100 because it was under the asset test, for instance, for a lot of public benefit income limits. And so it was important to sort of talk to people about that, have them make informed decisions. The other thing that we really were trying we do even more is really sort of center people's perspectives on how this works best. So really listening to people, like not just about the money, but others. Far Southeast Family Strength and Collaborative, for instance, provided money management support, but we didn't make it mandatory. We really allow people to sort of select that too, because again, our position is that we had confidence they were going to do the right thing with the dollars, but we wanted them to know that there were other services that they could access from our agency.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was having, after I talked a little bit to Kim Ford about the Thrive program, and I was talking to some of my friends from grad school, and I was like, this is so interesting because in the concept of policy, the only time that we talk about cash transfer programs are in the development space, in the international development space. And usually those are conditional cash transfer programs. But for some reason, to talk about cash transfer programs domestically is like, oh no, we can't possibly do that. Even though, you know, USAID and these other agencies are established with large programs to move money and doing this exact same thing. But one thing that I keep thinking about is between the Thrive program, the Mother's Trust that Ms. Naley talked about, even the CBED program, we're talking about a very small number of participants. And so from a government perspective, how do we scale up here? Can you scale up here and still believe that you're going to see the similar type of results? Because a lot of this has been, the CBED program aside, I'm assuming government kind of supporting, but not government necessarily funding 100%. These have all been sort of private investments here. So
I'd love to hear what Melody has to say about that. I have my own thoughts, but I'm curious about, because I know they've been looking into systematizing this.
Yeah, basically.
Right. So, I mean, it's a matter of funding, I think, as Derek Hamilton spoke about earlier, and any sort of budget restraints we might have. However, I think that's a matter of political will. And, you know, if you look at what's happening in Los Angeles, where they are committing to using public dollars to fund, I think it's something like payments for 2,000 people. I think it is scalable. And I think it's something that, you know, we need to explore further. In fact, what we're advocating is that we fund a large number of pilot initiatives here in Washington, D.C., and just to determine, you know, the viability of scaling it up. So I think there really is, you know, there's going to be additional evidence in the future as we look to some of the programs that are currently underway. But I'd like to keep our eye on what's happening in Los Angeles, and Madeline might have some thoughts as well about this.
Yeah, so the CBED program and MMT were both philanthropically funded, and that's really what we saw being able to be done until COVID kind of came and upended everything. So as I spoke about, there were 3 stimulus checks, $850 billion pumped out into American pockets. So we saw the power of cash, and we saw that government can act when it chooses to. It can act to stabilize folks in this way. Someone mentioned the Mayors for Guaranteed Income. I believe it might have been Ms. Webb. So that started in June with 11 mayors led by then Mayor Michael Tubbs, who ran CBED. It's now up to over 50 mayors around the country. Dozens of guaranteed income demonstrations have spun off from that, all centralized with the Center for Guaranteed Income Research at the University of Pennsylvania. So they are really trying to ensure that the data talks across cities so that we have larger numbers to pull from. And the community of practice that I co-chair with Dr. Aisha Yandaro has over 200 members around the country, activists, academics, policymakers, and practitioners, as well as funders looking at this. ARPA funds can be used. So our next meeting held in June is going to be about public dollars and how do we start building those public-private.
The acronym, ARPA.
The American Rescue Plan Act.
Okay, gotta be specific because we got.
I know. Well, I just found out we're calling it ARPA now, which I think should have been workshopped more.
Okay.
Okay. But I agree. So I would also hesitate to say pilot. Look, we know that when you give poor people money, they are less poor. We don't need to pilot this idea. We might need to talk about how do you do it? Is it lump sum? Is it spread out? How do we ensure that we aren't messing with the benefits of folks who desperately need that? How do we enact it? But we don't need to prove that it works. We know that it works. We're just demonstrating the ways in which it can work.
Okay. I'm done. I don't know, Chairman McDuffie, are we going to have another round? Or are you
Sure.
probably going to get into this in your next round? Because I do have questions around what's the right amount, right? I think you, Ms. Neely, were talking about I think you said the economic security provided ability to take more risk up the economic ladder, but it was gendered in terms of it was enough for men to do that, but not necessarily enough for women. So I just have some further questions about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Yeah, so in your testimony, Ms. Webb, you talked about a proposal for a multi-year city-funded pilot using a public-private model, and you also talked about funding guaranteed income pilots as a first step to a larger citywide program. I want to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit more about those ideas and, as specifically as you might be able to get in terms of funding levels, in terms of amounts. We'd like to really make this record as robust as possible. I know there's some, significant interest throughout the city in these types of programs, as I imagine there is on the council as well.
Thank you, Council Chair. So first of all, I suggest that we conduct a new version of the 2018 study. And I say that because I think we should look at, again, the assumptions that were made about labor participation. We should look at the racial equity impact. I think that's incredibly important. And I think it's a matter of us determining what our goals are. I referenced the federal poverty line. And, I think Council person Henderson mentioned, like, what level of funding does it require? It's going to differ. Our level of payment to individuals will differ based on where we are. In Mississippi, $600, I'm sure went a much longer way than it would here. So it's a question of, do we want to lift people, up to the poverty level and fund payments up to that point, which would, mean $12,000 or so, per year income? Or do we want to go up higher to something like 300% or 450% of the federal poverty level? And so, the 2018 report actually, costed out the different scenarios. And, what I would like to see in Washington, D.C. is that everyone is able to meet their basic needs, and that would be pretty expensive. Something like, I think, $7 billion if we were to bring everybody up to the level that to meet the cost of living. So, I don't offer a specific number at this point, but I do think that we need to ensure that as many people as possible can meet their basic needs. They're just not doing it right now. I mean, I would even say, let's take a look at, the TANF program, which is only funding people who are eligible up to 37% of the federal poverty level. So I think we should start there at bringing people up to the federal poverty level, which would have the least impact, according to the 2018 study, on the district's economy, and then work from there. And I think we sort of determine what the kinks are, what the issues are, and maybe what the appropriate payment level is by funding an array of different types of pilot programs. I appreciate what Madeline is saying about we don't need to prove anything, but that might be an intermediate step for us to determine, for different groups of individuals, what is needed, and also just to get some other important information. So I'd, at the very least, like to lift people, out of poverty above the federal poverty level, and a program of that type would be appropriate.
Sure. I think, I'd love to talk a little bit about one of the concerns that often comes up in conversations about basic income, which is the impact that the cash assistance might have on the recipient's eligibility. I know we talked a little bit about this. I mentioned Ms. Groves, she talked about it in her testimony from the previous report that the council produced. But can you all explain what it means when we talk about a person's federal benefits and their eligibility, and how it is potentially threatened by this types of programs?
I can give a little context from Thrive. So 80% of our families opted to take the money as one payment rather than spread out over months. And when we asked a small sample of these folks, why did you choose that? An immediate need was the number one response, but the second response was they were concerned about losing eligibility for their benefits in multiple months. So when you receive a large amount of cash in 1 month, you're putting at risk your Medicaid benefits, your SNAP benefits, your SSI benefits, but probably just in that month, if you're able to spend most of the money, if you receive benefits in every single month, you're potentially risking, losing eligibility for multiple months. And it's a really tricky thing to weave. And I think that the public report was really good in saying, maybe you find a workaround like a refundable tax credit to distribute the money in a way that doesn't count against eligibility for the programs. It's definitely a concern for families, though.
And I think there's obviously some concerns, and Susanna talked about some of them with the sort of workaround EITC type model. Councilmember Henderson highlighted that, I think, in her line of questioning with Ms. Groves. So there's some things that need to be fleshed out. And I don't know if you all have seen any sort of hybrid model where there are direct cash, as well as perhaps it's a better fit for some to do more of a credit, refundable tax credit. Are there any sort of hybrid models that you all have seen at all?
So the demonstration projects aren't delivering tax credits because they're not government entities, so they don't have that ability to, but you can think about our overall system is pieces of refundable tax credits and pieces of other types of assistance. I would say that we're learning more every day. Every program has some need to apply. So while it's true many district residents have left earned income tax credit dollars on the table, that's true of every program, whether it's SNAP or SSI or Medicaid or housing. And so the ability, if you make the tax credit sweet enough and large enough, then you increase people's incentive to use that mechanism. And then the county or the council knows that's where efforts should be put to improve people's well-being. It's easier than if there's 15 disparate programs you're trying to get people into.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I'd like to throw this out there before we transition, but it's my understanding that the Stockton pilot and the Magnolia Mothers Trust took different approaches to address the public benefits issue. Madeline, you care to talk about that?
Yes, thank you. So in Stockton, they sought waivers from state determined benefits. They were not able to get them for federally determined benefits. They also created a hold harmless fund where the county housing department put their non-restricted funds into that. So the recipients who would see an increase in housing costs were reimbursed for that. And I will have a fact sheet probably tomorrow that can really summarize all of this that I will send along. In Jackson, the Magnolia Mothers Trust, first of all, the benefits weren't as generous. And second of all, she was quite certain she wasn't going to be able to get waivers there. So the moms get $1,000 a month and they see between $600 and $700 in net benefit because they do lose between $300 and $400 in other benefits. But again, it's cash. It allows families to do what they need to do, whether it is repair a car, buy diapers, buy cleats for their child to play an after school game. And so that cash is really helpful. There was also benefits counseling in Stockton so that folks could determine what to do. And folks who knew they would lose some SNAP benefits tended to stay in the program because, again, that cash was more valuable to be able to fulfill the needs of the family.
Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson.
Yeah. So, Ms. Neely, I just kind of want to sort of piggyback off of that, because the one thing that I sort of think about is then in terms of when you have pilot programs is the potential cliff, right? So what happens when the philanthropy funding runs out? What happens in terms of how do you help these families maintain a level of economic wealth that they've become accustomed to? Yeah, I think, well, the Magnolia Trust is still going. So I'm curious
Well, it's different moms. So each year it's a different cohort. And in fact, the moms themselves determined the length of the program to be 12 months. When Dr. Yondaro was creating the program, the best research she could find was that 18 months was what the program should last. And the moms that she worked with said, no, 18 months feels almost too long, that it potentially would become something that wasn't a boost, but was something we were reliant on while recognizing it's philanthropically funded and it would end. So we want 12 months. So they created that program. I think the families involved know that it's time limited. The Hudson project right now, Hudson Up, is 20 or 25 families, but for 5 years, because as I said, we know that cash works, but the ways in which it works, the numbers involved and the length of time is still being determined, is still being explored. So the families involved know that it's time limited and they make choices and decisions based upon that.
Okay. Ms. Mag or Mr. Jones, can you just clarify for the participants in the Thrive program, if they chose to accept the lump sum, they had to use all of the money within 1 month?
No, there were no imperatives for. They may have chosen the lump sum because they wanted to try to avoid the harm they could do or the impact they have on business. Not a requirement. So they would just, but we did educate them about the potential implications so they could make an informed decision about which choice to make and how to spend it. It was rational for several people to say, I've got a one-time expense, I'm behind on rent, I got a down payment, so I'll take this lump sum. And when I use it all, I also avoid long-term impact on my benefits. I also want to say about this whole concept of people want to work, people like there's a whole phobia about people becoming dependent on it. I think it's all. Well, the one little vignette of a story I'll tell you is I've been at Bread for 25 years. I don't do direct services, but hundreds, thousands of people literally come through the people of all stripes, all kinds of conditions. And the number one question when they see me coming through the door, the number one question I hear, no matter whether the person's elderly, young, old, they stop me, Mr. Jones, do you have a job for me? It's the question I hear. People think that this, I think the whole concern about dependency is overblown. The other thing I will say though is because this potential impact for people's income and benefits, that the creative thinking we need at the government level is to think kinds of ways of subsidizing losses or returning dollars. I think about, and this is just off the top of my head, those of us who own homes and we get the tax benefit for home ownership, which can be thousands of dollars each year. But why couldn't the local government create a benefit like that for renters? It isn't to say that for any reason that homeowners are doing anything for the government that merits this dollars, but somehow for people who are wealthy, we have tolerance over the fact that people get money back just because they're homeowners. You could easily argue that renters, particularly in an area where Black people are so disproportionately affected by low incomes and wealth disparity, that we could create a fund that really sort of essentially gave funds for renters in the space that would really help. And it's one way to maybe offset the potential, since we can't always get waivers for these right. dollars. In a lot of ways, the real solution, but we could also sort of provide sort of dollars that really subsidize the adverse impacts that get.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear you on that. A friend of mine who is from Alaska told me once, she was like, if you really want to think about it, like the biggest universal basic income program has been in Alaska for years in terms of individuals receiving checks from the residuals of the oil industry. And no one ever talks about, one, how individuals there are spending the money. Two, are we creating some dependency where folks don't feel like they need to work? All of these different things. So I definitely hear you on that, but no one ever like looks to Alaska as essentially a cash transfer program, which is what it is. I don't have any further questions. I want to thank you all so much for engaging on this issue and for the research and work that you've been doing. This very, very fascinating information, and frankly, I think gives us a lot to think about on the committee in terms of how we move forward. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I would ask just maybe one final question, or maybe two, before we transition. We're going to do that shortly. But if you could, just in terms of discussing what you all believe to be the best practices for creating an income assistance program. For example, whether it should be community-driven planning, whether and how to target recipients, amount of benefit, method of distribution, whether funds should be unconditional. Any final thoughts before we transition on just what those best practices we should keep in mind here in the District of Columbia? And don't all jump.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yes to all of the above. That should be, participant driven, that, we should use the great findings of, our existing programs. I also want to just quickly put in about the public-private partnership. There are ways in which we could use, there's an innovative pilot idea, which there could be impact investments from philanthropic organizations that would invest in community affordable housing, for example, and then as a double bottom line strategy, the interest on that income could be used to finance guaranteed income programs. So, I think we should explore, innovative methods of that manner to ensure that, we have a great foundation for building a citywide program.
Okay. And just one last thing, is there any particular program that you all have looked at that have really established the best metrics to evaluate success? I mean, obviously, I know success could be a little elusive, but who has the best way to really implement some sort of metrics to evaluate these programs?
So I would say, as Melody said, and as you yourself know, Councilmember, that it depends on the community. So what does the community define as success? I think that's really valuable and important. I would say again that the Center for Guaranteed Income Research at the University of Pennsylvania is co-chaired by the co-principal investigators of the CBED project, who have thought a lot about, evaluating not only the impact on the labor market, but on the health and well-being of folks involved in the program, looking at the community benefits and others. So they're a great resource as well.
Well, I do appreciate you all so much for your testimony. Thank you. We're going to transition now to the next panel. We're going to hear first from Norton Francis, who's the Deputy Chief Financial Officer and Chief Economist with the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. And then we're going to be joined by Yesham Taylor, who's Executive Director of DC Policy Center, Kim Rubin, who's a Fellow and Director at the Urban Institute, Tazra Mitchell, who's a Policy Director for DC Fiscal Policy Institute, and Jesse Rabinowitz, who's a Senior Manager of Policy and Advocacy for Miriam's Kitchen. But now we're going to hear from Norton Francis. And good morning to you. Good to see you. You can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, and good morning, Councilmember Silverman and Henderson. Thanks for inviting me. I'm trying to share my screen, but right now it is disabled. So
we will allow staff to just give me a moment. If someone can allow him to, and if somebody would let me know that they're working on that.
There we go.
Okay.
There, I hope you can see that. All right.
Yes.
So thank you for inviting me today to talk to the Committee on Business and Economic Development about the district's tax revenue structure and provide an overview for your conversation with the experts you have assembled. My name is Norton Francis. I'm the interim Deputy Chief Financial Officer for the Office of Revenue Analysis. As you're aware, the district operates as a state, a county, a city, all rolled into one entity. As such, we have a broader array of taxes than most single jurisdictions. Like other states, we have income taxes and retail sales taxes. Like counties, we have taxes on real property and real estate transactions. And like other cities, we have sales taxes on lodging and entertainment, as well as fees and fines for business and residential activity. This array allows us to be very thoughtful about the overall taxation of district residents and businesses, but also makes it difficult to compare with other jurisdictions. So for this overview, I'll describe the current revenue picture for the district, discuss some of the major taxes, contrast the DC tax system with surrounding jurisdictions, show how COVID-19 affected district general fund revenue, and also discuss a little bit about the last two tax revision commissions that evaluated the district tax structure. As a note, I'll be referring to FY 2019 as it was a normal year. It is also the year we use in our recently released district data book, which is on the OCFO website. Throughout the presentation, I also included URLs for ORA publications that I hope you and your staff will find useful in your deliberations. In FY19, a total of $9.76 billion was collected in tax and non-tax revenue. Of that, $8.5 billion, or 87%, comes from taxes. Most tax revenue is administered and collected by the Office of Tax Revenue. Non-tax revenue, generally available for appropriation, and lottery transfers make up about 7% of revenue, and O-type or special purpose revenue makes up the remaining 7%. That revenue is typically managed by agencies and designated for specific activities. Three tax revenues, as you can see from the slide, make up 68% of revenue. Real property makes up 28%, individual income tax 24%, and general sales tax is 16%. Business franchise and deed taxes are the next largest sources, but add up to only about 13% of revenue, less than the general sales tax. For real property, which is 28% of the total, therefore it's a four-rate structure. There's residential, commercial, vacant, and blighted. Residential and commercial are really the two to think about. Vacant and blighted are less than 0.5% of the total revenue collected. There's a tiered structure for commercial, the highest rate being $1.89 for $100 of assessed value. And that's on building properties with value greater than $10 million. The lowest tier of commercial is $1.65, and that's for property less than $5 million. The individual or the residential property tax rate is 85 cents per $100 of tax assessed value. Homesteads or owner-occupied property can deduct $76,000 from the value of the property before applying the rate, and assessment can grow no more than 10% per year. For seniors and disabled, assessment can only grow 5%, and they receive a credit equal to 50% of calculated tax as well. Because of these benefits and the low residential rate, the district has the lowest property tax rate in the region for owner-occupied residential real property. The commercial rate, on the other hand, is the highest in the region. Large office buildings in the district pay 44% of total real property revenue to the district. And unlike most jurisdictions, 53% of the land in the district is tax exempt, either because it's owned by a government entity or a nonprofit. The next largest revenue source is the individual income tax. DC has a progressive rate structure, which means that it's a marginal tax rate starting at 4% on the first 10 million or first $10,000 of taxable income. And then it rises to 8.95% on taxable income over $1 million. Just for clarification, marginal tax rates mean that for a tax filer with over $1 million in taxable income, only the amount over $1 million is taxed at the top rate. Refundable credits like the Earned Income Tax Credit and Schedule H Real Property Tax Credit, as well as standard deduction that exempts the first $12,400 for single filers up to $24,800 for married filers, mean that many DC residents receive refunds even when their tax liability is zero. The high tax rates of a progressive system can also lead to significant volatility. As noted, high income tax filers receive most of their income from stable sources like wages and salaries, but from They receive most of their income from volatile sources like capital gains on the sale of assets, like stocks and properties, or other business and investment income. Historically, the amount of tax collected can drop significantly during recessions as losses are realized and rise significantly in expansions. The top 2% of returns, about 6,900 tax filers, pay 34% of the tax and account for 29% of district income. The bottom 90% with AGI below 200,000 pay about 41% of the individual income tax and account for half of the district AGI. The third largest revenue source is the general sales and use tax. This is where we see jurisdiction stacking most clearly. Like other states, the district has a general retail sales tax on the sale of tangible goods and services. And like most cities, the district has lodging, parking, and meals taxes. For example, for comparison, Baltimore has a 9.5% lodging tax rate and a 20% parking tax rate. Philadelphia has a combined 15.5% tax rate on lodging, and Atlanta's is a combined 16% plus a $5 a night fee when state, county, and city are added up. For the district, the 6% general sales tax on retail is the largest share of sales tax collected at 43% of collections, and benefited during the pandemic because earlier the district moved quickly to tax remote and online sales, which proved important during the pandemic. The 10% food tax on food and alcohol served at bars and restaurants is next at 28% of sales tax collections, and 14.95% tax on our accommodations, including non-traditional lodging, is third at 20%. So when we shut down hotels and restaurants, it affected almost half of sales tax collections. On the sales tax is also where we find the most earmarks to other funds. In FY 2019, 32% of sales tax collections were unavailable for the local fund budget, the primary source of funding for government operations. A big percentage of that was for the WMATA capital investment contribution that we share with other jurisdictions. And then business and franchise taxes. There are two types of business franchise tax, one on corporations and one on unincorporated businesses. They both have similar structures, same rate, same taxable base, and many of the same credits and deductions. As with the individual income tax, the franchise taxes are closely linked to the federal corporate income tax, and changes in federal tax law flow through to the district. Corporate taxes are also the most complex and involve multiple states and even other countries. The rate currently is 8.25%, a rate that has decreased from 9.975% in 2015. The corporate franchise tax operates like a corporate income tax in other states, and like about half of the other states, the district requires combined reporting for multi-state businesses. The unincorporated business franchise tax is mostly a tax on partnerships and small businesses. The city's landlords, particularly small landlords, generally fall under this tax as soon as you earn $12,000 of non-personal services, you're subject to the tax. There is a credit on the individual income tax for any tax paid under unincorporated business. The largest UB taxpayers, unincorporated business, are financial and investment partnerships, including apartment owners. For both franchise taxes, about 60% of taxpayers pay the minimum of either $250 or $1,000, depending on the amount of gross receipts. Finally, deed taxes make up about 5% of revenue. For most transactions of real property, the buyer pays a deed recordation tax and the seller pays a deed transfer tax. The rates mirror each other in most cases. The basic rate for the transfer and recordation is 1.45 of the value of the transaction. So a single transaction between a taxable buyer and a taxable seller is taxed at 2.9%. For residential properties valued less than $400,000, there's a preferential rate of 1.1%. And for first-time home buyers, the tax they pay, the deed recordation tax, is further reduced to 0.725%. For commercial properties, on the other hand, there's a surcharge of 1.05% for properties valued greater than $2 million. So that the total combined rate for large properties is 5%. The surtax was enacted in 2020 and it goes through 2023. So effective 2024, it'll no longer be in place. Deed taxes also support affordable housing. 15% of deed taxes are dedicated to the Housing Production Trust Fund. In FY 2019, about $82 million was transferred from deed taxes to the HPTF. So comparing with other jurisdictions, the tax competitiveness is always a concern. While taxation is just one of many costs of operating a business or deciding where to live, and often a smaller consideration than other factors, it is always worthwhile to examine our tax structure and how it compares to other areas. To that end, ORA publishes a metro-wide and a nationwide tax comparison for representative families. These reports, available on our website, show the combined responsibility of families at different income levels and include sales, income, property, and excise taxes for a complete picture. When you consider all major taxes, the district has one of the lowest tax rates in the country for families with $25,000 and $50,000 annual income. District families at the $75,000 and $100,000 level are closer, but still below the national averages. Only the highest income family in the analysis at $150,000 faces a combined effective tax rate higher than the national average, but far from the highest in the country. Recently, ORA also developed a report on corporations using a similar representative taxpayer approach for the region. Here, the district can be seen as less competitive based on taxes paid. The district effective tax rate of 1.52% on a small corporation is higher than the surrounding jurisdictions. Alexandria had the next highest effective rate at 1.48. Not a great difference. The difference was a little starker for large corporations, where the district levied a 1.6% rate, and the next highest was Alexandria at 1.44. The primary culprit, as you'll see from the table, across jurisdictions was real property taxes, because the methodology scales the value of property to the jurisdiction, and higher values in the district combined with higher commercial tax rates make real property tax a significant share of corporate tax responsibility. It's worth repeating that the district is a major US city and is going to be higher cost than other areas because people and businesses value being located in a major US city. So moving on to how COVID affected us. And we've presented some of this information at past council presentations, so some of it may be familiar. How did COVID-19 and public health restrictions impact the district economy? Going back to February 2020, ORA released a forecast of annual revenue growth of about 3% over the financial plan. But in March 2020, that all changed. Initially, there was a lot of uncertainty. Businesses had been shut down, tourism and conventions stopped abruptly, and office workers were sent home. By the summer of 2020, it was clear that this would be a very different recession. The recession was characterized by the now familiar K-shape. Industries that could shift to remote work did reasonably well, as the technology capability was a welcome surprise, as shown in the Zoom council hearings and meetings like this one. Retail, on the other hand, fared poorly, depending on whether a business could pivot to essential products and services or online sales. And the most devastating impact was on restaurants, hotels, and the companies that provide cleaning, maintenance, and security for large office buildings. Most restaurants saw business drop significantly, and some were able to pivot to takeout and delivery, but not to the pre-pandemic levels. Hotel occupancy dropped to less than 10% at one point, and has hovered between 10 and 20% for most of 2020. The unemployment in February was 8.1%. That has gone down a little bit since then. And employment was 9% below the pre-COVID level. The retail and hospitality sectors were 41% below the February 2020 levels. These numbers improved in April, and we expect them to continue to improve over the summer as business reopens and staff up. But you can see that government and professional jobs were not nearly affected as retail and hospitality, given it that K-shape. For tax revenue, we initially forecast, this table compares our February 2020 pre-COVID forecast with the most recent forecast. And as you can see, individual and business income actually fared well and was higher than our forecast pre-COVID. suggesting that not only from investment income, as you can see from the stock market, but also from just maintained high income wages over the course of the pandemic, where we had expected them to grow a little slower. Real property tax also was basically on target. We have a lot of the information already when we do the estimate for the current years. You can see in FY 2022, however, the effects of the pandemic, particularly on large office, hotels, and multifamily through the renting, has reduced net operating income, which is a factor in assessments. And so in FY 2022, we actually see real property being hit due to the pandemic. Deed taxes and sales taxes, you can see were hit the hardest. The sales tax went down something like $370 million from FY19, and it was about 400 below our estimate. And the deed and the sales and use tax, we actually don't expect to return to the 19 levels throughout the financial plan. And so here's the gap in more graphic terms. This is the local fund revenue, pre-COVID February 2020 estimate and our May 2021. We did close the gap that we were worried about in the February estimate. The strong income tax performance in the April and May filing season helped support that in the strong stock market. But you can see there's still a $2.3 billion gap over the pre-COVID number. In terms of the topic of today's hearing on tax structure efforts, there have been two tax revision commissions, and those reports are both on the OCFO website, and they both resulted in some changes to the district tax structure. They resulted in thorough examinations of the district tax structure. Both commissions considered the district tax structure for fairness and efficiency, as well as competitiveness. According to the 2014 Tax Revision Commission, the commission's objective was twofold: to improve the district's tax system and to maintain its fiscal integrity. The more recent commission led directly to legislation that incorporated most of the recommendations, including reducing corporate tax rates, reducing middle income individual tax rates, and expanding the childless EITC and conforming more with the federal tax structure. Particularly I want to mention one thing based on some of the previous testimony on the expanding the child EITC. I believe we've seen that when the EITC was expanded for childless adults in the district, take-up rate improved a lot. So I know there were some comments on a lot of people aren't taking advantage of the EITC. The childless one definitely helped that. Another thing to note for your conversation on tax policy pertaining to that is the district is directly linked to many features of the federal income tax, and changes at the federal level automatically flow through to the district tax calculation. This increases the efficiency of the tax by relying on consistent instructions and leveraging the IRS for compliance and administration. But it also means we give up some control. The most recent federal legislation, the American Rescue Plan, expanded the ITC, and particularly for childless adults, which we had to take into account in our revenue estimate. Also, the exclusion of some unemployment compensation is automatically excluded from district taxable income because of the conformity. This also happened after the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We had to adjust DC tax revenue because of changes at the federal level. So as you approach your discussions about tax policy, it's worth remembering that you can use the federal tax code as a stepping off point, and that greatly reduces administration and complexity and increases compliance, at least for income taxes. But it also means that when federal tax law changes, the district law changes too. So there'll be a lot of attention focused on tax policy, and I appreciate the opportunity you gave me to set the stage for the conversation today. I also encourage you and your staff and the public to visit the CFO website for some of the reports I used for this presentation. I listed them in the appendix attached to my testimony. And as always, my staff at the Office of Revenue Analysis will help you with your staff however we can. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a very thorough presentation, Mr. Francis, and I appreciate you helping to frame this discussion that we're going to have with the next couple of panels. So we're going to give staff an opportunity to transition the first four witnesses over. Yashim Taylor, who's Executive Director of DC Policy Center. Kim Rubin, who's a Fellow and Director with the Urban Institute. Well, you know what? We got Councilmember Silverman here, so I might give you, oh, got it, okay. Tajra Mitchell, who's a Policy Director at DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Jesse Rabinowitz, who's a Senior Manager of Policy and Advocacy at Miriam's Kitchen. And I just want to check, Councilmember Silverman, if you want to provide anything right now before we transition to the public witnesses. Okay, got it. All right, we're going to transition.
Eager for the next panel.
Got it. All right, I think we got everybody in. Yep, I think we're good to go. Okay. We're going to start this panel off with Yashim Taylor. And good morning. We're still in the morning. To all of you, I appreciate your patience. And Yashim, you can make your testimony whenever you're ready. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and the members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Yashim Taylor, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Policy Center, an independent, nonpartisan think tank advancing policies for a strong and vibrant economy in the District of Columbia. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on tax proposals that can help support equitable wealth building in the District of Columbia. I submitted a long written testimony, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to stick to some of the main topics. As every other budget season, you have been presented with various tax proposals, this time with a lot of focus on wealth building and reducing wealth gaps across the racial lines. And my main sort of theme is that it's really hard to address racial equity through a singular tax policy. So take something, a very promising policy of imposing higher taxes on high value properties, especially we're talking about residential real property here. From a public finance standpoint, that makes a lot of sense. The district's residential property tax rates and tax burdens are really low compared to the rest of the region. And housing values are largely driven by public investments. The value of my house doesn't increase because I put a stainless steel refrigerator in the kitchen. It increases because there are good schools around it, good transportation access around it, all kinds of government spending that capitalizes in the value of the house. So it makes sense for the government to tax back that investment, which turned into a capitalized value, and invest it somewhere else. It also makes sense because housing is immovable. So it's really hard to pack off your building and land and move it somewhere else. And so taxes on real property is generally thought of by public finance economists as causing list distortion, changing economic behavior less. It's also the closest we can come to a wealth tax, which is something that's discussed in the context of racial wealth gaps in the District of Columbia, because most of these wealth gaps are related to home ownership. And so I looked at some numbers. This tax base is something we can look at for taxing. It is kind of sensitive to the threshold we might choose for defining a high value property. For example, if we looked at properties assessed over $1 million, I found about 24,000 of them with a total value of $38 billion, which means that if you impose an additional cent of tax on these properties, you'll get for about $3.8 million. But if you chose the level at, say, $2 million, all of a sudden you are with 3,600 properties, far fewer, but the base is $12 billion. And if you chose 3 million as your threshold, that's even a much smaller, it's about 1,000 properties. So the tax threshold matters, but there are other sticky points too. There is the bracket creep. Every year housing values increase. So do we index that high value level to inflation? What do we do with cooperative buildings? What do we do with parking that are in condominium buildings that are separately assessed from, say, the unit itself? Do we add them up? How do we incorporate that? How do we think of other exemptions, such as properties that qualify for low-income senior taxes that are half the regular tax rate? What do we do about people who happen to have high-value homes but low incomes? Do we take a look at our circuit breaker program and at higher income level, or at something at a higher income level for this particular tax? So it's just to show you that even that one single approach that seems like a simple, straightforward way of doing this has many, many sticky points that we need to think about. And then importantly, who bears the tax? We really don't have a whole lot of information about the racial makeup of our taxpayers. And then are there any other tax preferences that could be removed? For example, we have the tax cap that could be removed. This is just to suggest that all of our taxes are interlinked together, and taking a look at just one tax proposal doesn't allow us to see the impact of all of our tax policy choices. And if it's okay, I'll just add one more point. On the income tax proposals for high income residents to reduce racial wealth gaps, a lot of the preferences that we have in our tax code that sort of favors wealth, mortgage deduction, retirement savings deduction, all of that stuff is a function of the federal tax code. It's not our own choice. And that brings you back to what Norton was saying. If we decouple, can we administer our tax law? If we decouple, what would the next person moving into the district think about coming into the district? So again, another example of how all of these are interrelated and should be addressed through a broad racial equity lens across the entire tax base. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Kim Rubin, who's joined us as well. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready, and good morning to you.
Thank you. And I am the last of the Urban Institute witnesses today. But I should also admit, I was on the Tax Revision Commission last time. So if there are questions about that, I can also handle that. Chairperson McDuffie, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to discuss the District of Columbia's revenue system and policy options for building wealth equity for all district residents. These conversations are especially timely given the disproportionate impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the opportunity we now have for an inclusive rebuilding and recovery for all Washingtonians. The views I express today are my own. It should not be attributed to the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center or to the Urban Institute, its trustees, or its funders. We've heard from others about specific plans to help increase the wealth of DC residents with low incomes who are disproportionately Black and brown. This panel is charged with addressing ways for paying for these policy changes and examining if current policies might add to the disproportionate ways that wealth is generated and accumulated across generations. My remarks today will cover three major points, and I'm happy to answer any questions. One, the District of Columbia is relatively rich jurisdiction, but it also has a high level of income inequality, especially across racial and ethnic groups and neighborhoods. Two, the district's revenue system is fairly progressive compared to other jurisdictions, which helps reduce racial and ethnic income inequalities. But as prior witnesses have stated, there is still room to further offset these differences, and there's still parts of the system that increase income disparities. Three, taxes on wealth at the local level are tricky, and you must think hard about regional economic mobility and interactions with federal policies when designing them. So the District of Columbia is home to stark inequalities. The district has both relatively high per capita income and high poverty rate. The district's per capita income was about $87,000 in 2020, well above the national average of $60,000. However, the district's poverty rate was 16.2% in 2019, also well above the national rate of 13.4%. Moreover, neighborhoods reflect significantly disparate outcomes. For example, Ward 8's median household income was $35,000 and its poverty rate was 33%, while Ward 3's median household income was $128,000 and its poverty rate was 7.6%. And although the district's average unemployment rate in 2020 was 4.1% for white residents, it was 14.7% for Black residents and 8.9% for Latinx residents. And wealth disparities within the district are even harsher. They're built up over generations and can be even more stark than disparities in incomes. And these disparities were exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic's disparate effects on specific communities, industries, and cities, regions. The district has a progressive revenue system, but it could do more to address income and wealth inequalities. The district government has already created one of the most progressive tax systems in the country. In fact, when I talk to government officials in other states about progressive tax policy changes, I often cite policies in the District of Columbia as examples worth emulating. Most state and local government revenue systems are regressive. That is, lower income residents pay more taxes as a share of income than higher income residents. This is mostly because state and local governments rely heavily on regressive taxes such as sales taxes, user fees, and charges. We have a progressive income tax. A lot of this was said by Norton, so I'll skip it. Local wealth taxes are complicated, and their effects can depend on regional economic mobility and federal policies. Because white families hold financial and non-financial assets at significantly higher rates than Black and Latinx families, taxes on wealth, both property and non-property, could help close gaps across racial and ethnic groups. Here are some things to keep in mind when exploring new tax policies for the district. One, the district is relatively small and its economic activity crosses into Maryland and Virginia. People and investments have some flexibility in moving across borders. Although there is not strong evidence that higher income tax rates have led to people leaving specific states and jurisdictions, introducing new taxes on wealth or the stock of goods could have larger migratory effects. Enforcement and reporting are challenging. It is often easier for state and local jurisdictions to rely on information and enforcement from the federal government. So basically, taxing things that we have information from federal returns will make this easier. This would be easier to do if the measure or rules were based on information required or collected by the federal government. So information on gains and returns on wealth are more available than total value. This increasing tax rates on income reported on income tax returns, disallowing or limiting some incentives for wealth or gains, and understanding rules about changes in estate taxes or death taxes seem more promising to me than introducing new taxes on the stock of wealth. Finally, taxes on homes or physical property or other real estate are more straightforward. The district already has a homestead exemption that reduces the assessed value of owner-occupied properties. And as Norton said, there are already different rates for transfer taxes within the district. So one way of basically addressing differences could be by having more differential rates and introducing something like a mansion tax. I cut some of my responses, but I'm already over time. Happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
We're gonna make sure you all have plenty of time. If there's things that you all didn't get a chance to get to in your written testimony, we definitely want to make sure that we give you all an opportunity to flesh out some of the ideas and ways we should approach this in the district. All right, we're going to turn next to Tazra Mitchell. It is good to see you. We are just crossing over into the afternoon hour. And so thank you for being here and appreciate your patience. You can get your testimony whenever you're ready.
Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify. I'm Tazra Mitchell, the policy director at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, which is a nonprofit promoting policy ideas that advance an anti-racist and inclusive DC future. Centuries of racism have concentrated the vast majority of wealth in the hands of a few. In the US, white households hold 87% of all wealth, and in DC, white households have about 81 times the amount of median wealth as Black households. Rather than being a tool to reduce extreme wealth inequities, the tax system actually helps white people get richer. It operates in invisible ways that hamper Black wealth generation while protecting white economic dominance through myriad tax preferences, exemptions, deductions, loopholes, and low tax rates, particularly the treatment of inherited wealth, capital gains, and home ownership. These advantages allow higher income residents to build more wealth, increase the value of existing assets, and increase the wealth that they pass to future generations. We currently have a district tax system where the richest 20% of residents pay less in taxes as a share of income than the bottom 80%. Because white residents account for the vast majority of DC's richest residents, undertaxing residents at the top privileges white residents and white wealth. And this comes at the expense of public investments in underserved communities. This is what researchers mean when they say that taxes have long operated like the gears and levers of white supremacy. Given this, making DC's tax system more progressive by increasing taxes at the top is a necessary, not an optional, but a necessary step to build racial wealth equity. DC can do this by raising income taxes on well-off residents and profitable corporations, taxing wealth and property more and more efficiently, and ending special tax benefits for well-off residents. The funding raised would reduce wealth concentration and could fund transformative investments in Black and Brown communities like baby bonds or the Birth to 3 Act, which remains woefully underfunded. I'd like to discuss these 3 buckets in more detail. Because high incomes allow people to accumulate wealth, levying higher income taxes at the top is just one of the ways of taxing the income of wealthy individuals. Today, a nurse or teacher pays about the same income tax on additional earnings as a hedge fund manager in DC. That's not fair. The district should enact a tax increase on individuals with taxable income of more than $250,000. This would raise taxes on just 3% of taxpayers, but more than 90% of the tax increase would be paid by those earning about $1 million or more. Those are people that have wealth. The district should raise taxes, could also raise taxes on profitable corporations who've seen enormous pandemic profits. Starting in 2015, the district enacted unnecessary cuts to the corporation franchise tax, even though research on regional outcomes presented to the Tax Revision Commission showed that the cuts weren't warranted. Business income is now taxed at a lower rate than residents with moderate incomes in DC. And as you just heard from Norton, about 60% of businesses pay the minimum tax, which is $250 and $1,000, depending on their gross receipts. The district can also tax the assets of the wealthy. Expanded wealth taxes should be seen as an add-on to progressive income taxes, not as a substitute. These things go together. And so we can tax the assets of the wealthy by strengthening the estate tax, by decreasing the size of estates that are allowed to pass through the heirs completely tax-free. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for your vote last year that lowered the exemption level from 5.6 to 4 million. It used to be as low as 1 million, so we have some room to go. We can also raise taxes on capital gains income, which currently enjoys several tax advantages. We can also tax unrealized capital gains on a year-to-year basis so that people can't defer their gains until their death or until they're sold. We can also raise taxes on high-value homes, such as through a graduated property tax structure, by making high-value homes ineligible for the property assessment cap and or raising the residential transfer tax. These ideas could include all homes or second or vacation homes only, for example. We can also make headway by limiting tax deductions that disproportionately benefit high-income taxpayers, such as the college savings plan deduction and the mortgage interest deduction. DCFPI believes that tax justice is a solution to building wealth equity. And in fact, the evidence shows that we will never close the wealth gap without taxing wealth at the top. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn now to Jesse Rabinowitz. Thank you for joining us, and you begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jesse Rabinowitz. I'm a proud Ward 1 resident and the Senior Manager for Policy and Advocacy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. We are grounded in the simple truth that housing ends homelessness and that everybody deserves a safe and stable place to call home. I'm here today to ask you to raise taxes on our wealthiest neighbors to end homelessness. Currently, DC's tax system advantages predominantly white, high-earning households. By ending special treatment for high-income residents, we can generate substantial new revenue to meet the dire housing needs and stem the negative effects on Black and Brown communities of historic racism and housing policy and ongoing gentrification. I am not a tax expert. I'm a social worker. Instead of going into the weeds of tax policy, I'm here to help paint a picture of DC's racialized poverty and homelessness crises that are only deepening due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Homelessness is the most visual manifestation of DC's vast and growing income inequality. And the increase in homelessness shows that DC's current tax policy just isn't working. 2 weeks ago, I was present at the Noma homeless encampment, where 40 of our neighbors living directly next to construction of new luxury buildings were forced to move their tents. The homeless encampment across from the US Federal Reserve has grown by 400% since the pandemic started, despite the eviction moratorium. And the recently released point-in-time homeless census show, unsurprisingly, that unsheltered homelessness has increased over the past year. In a city with tremendous wealth and the seat of power for this country, the juxtaposition of wealth and homelessness should make us all uncomfortable and propel us towards action. The This action must include ensuring our tax code compels all of our residents to pay their fair share for the collective good. FY22 will be the seventh budget that I've worked on. Every year, we're told by elected officials that there simply isn't enough money to ensure that nobody dies without housing. This is simply not true. By failing to adequately tax wealthy earners and high-income homeowners, DC is leaving money on the table that could be used to end homelessness. Currently, DC's tax code provides special treatment for wealthy homeowners, tax breaks that choke off funding for housing and social safety net programs for our neighbors living outside. My written testimony details 3 ways in which tax code benefits white homeowners like me at the expense of poorer Black residents, such as the estate tax exemption, the limited cap on annual increases in taxable deductions, and the mortgage interest tax deduction. These home ownership preferences help finance gentrification, displacement, and homelessness. Scaling back or eliminating the special treatment is not only essential to remedy the harm that they have caused, it is necessary to ensure that there's adequate funding to end homelessness and is crucial for realizing racial and economic justice in DC. Due to past and current racism in the district, when we talk about taxing high-income earners, we are talking about taxing people who are overwhelmingly white. This is in stark contrast to people experiencing homelessness in DC, who are 86% Black. This is not a coincidence. Rather, this dichotomy is caused in part by DC's tax code. As white people come to DC and displace Black and brown people, our current tax structure allows them to hold onto their wealth, while worsening poverty for our Black and brown residents. We currently have a tax system that allows the richest 1% of DC residents to pay a lower share of their income in DC taxes than all but the poorest DC residents. Mayor Bowser calls our budget a fair shot. Let's be clear. Unless the budgets released by the mayor and the council create a truly progressive tax system where the richest people pay a much higher share of their income in taxes than lower income families, our budget will remain fundamentally unfair. DC can make our tax system fairer and generate revenue to advance housing justice by shifting some of the responsibility for funding transformative housing investments to high income and wealthy taxpayers. I implore the council to do this by setting a higher tax rate on high value homes, increasing the estate tax, and by raising taxes on the district's highest earners, just as the Just Recovery campaign is proposing. My spouse and I do not have an income close to $500,000, let a taxable income of $500,000. Still, we'd love to pay more taxes if it means ending homelessness. And I know the same is true of many of my friends and colleagues, but we're not talking about people in our income bracket. By and large, we're talking about our highest income neighbors. If we raise taxes on people with taxable incomes of over $250,000, 90% of those taxes would be paid by people making about $1 million or more. For folks earning just above $250,000 in taxable income, depending on the specific rates, we're asking our highest paid neighbors to pay the cost of 2 or 3 Starbucks lattes a month. One household's contributions will not go far, but the beauty of taxes is that they allow us to come together and share our good fortune in ways that can have a tremendous impact for all DC residents. I'll close by saying that this past year has shown what can happen when community comes together. From sharing toilet paper to mutual aid to providing meals to healthcare workers, DC has shown that we can achieve great things when we come together. Tax policy enables DC to enshrine the spirit of collective good into law. I hope you will seize this moment of both pressing needs and increased generosity to create an equitable tax code in DC. Thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the panelists for your testimony this afternoon. I want to just check in with my colleagues to see who we have. I'll give them a moment because I want to make sure we, Councilmember Silverman, if you're there, Councilmember Henderson. Okay, I'll dive in there. I know you all have been waiting for a while, so I was going to turn to you now, but I'll dive in. So I almost want to go back to Norton. I know you're listening before I turn to the panel, because I want to sort of, again, your presentation was really thorough and it really helped to frame the conversation. But I do want to maybe allow you just a little bit more time to talk about the regional competitive component of your testimony. We hear things like, the district has one of the lowest tax rates in the country for low income households. The district has one of the highest tax rates in the country for high income households. Where do we fall relative to the jurisdictions in our region when it comes to these types of things. And I kind of just want you to talk a little bit about that based on your testimony earlier before I dive in to talk about conversations about some of the proposals that the panelists had mentioned. So if you could, which jurisdiction actually does have the highest tax rate on high-income households in our region?
Right. So I think one thing you have to realize is that it's the combined tax rates. So it's all of the different tax rates you're exposed to. But I can go through. So on the individual income tax, we're about on par with Maryland, and that's because of the local tax that they have in Montgomery and Prince George's County. It's a 3.2% tax on all income. So that adds, when you add that to the state rate, the state top rate, it gets to 8.95%. Virginia is lower, it's 5.75%. It kicks in at $17,000 of taxable income though. So it's also, more of your sort of lower middle income are exposed to a slightly higher rate. Our 6% kicks in at 40,000 taxable income, but we have a much stronger deduction getting you to that first dollar of taxable income. So we're generally competitive, I would say, with the other states, and it's been that way for a while. So it's not like there's a lot of new tax changes that have caused people to move about. Sales tax, it's roughly the same. We're on par with Maryland. Virginia, once again, you have to include local taxes and things like that into their state rate. It's real property kind of, and I think I put in the slide on actually for both of our studies, the individual or the family tax responsibility study and the corporate tax responsibility. Both of them sort of show that real property is, on the one hand, for families, one of the benefits and keeping our effective tax rate when you combine all the rates lower. We have the lowest residential property tax rate in the area. But on the corporate side, we're higher, and you can see that in those rates too. The thing is, we have a tiered system. We have a two-tier residential and commercial, where the other jurisdictions only have one rate.
So just on the property tax side, which jurisdiction has the highest rate?
We do.
On the property tax side?
On real property for commercial.
Real property, not commercial. Well,
residential. For residential, we have the lowest rate. We're at 85 cents per $100 of assessed value, and I think the next one is I want to say it's $1.01 in Arlington or Alexandria, and it's roughly the same. They're all around $1 to $1.05 in the surrounding jurisdictions. And the other thing about the rates in the surrounding jurisdictions is they fluctuate a little more because they use the rate to determine the budget, so they may go up or down a penny every year. So there's not the consistency we have in our rates.
Okay. And I again wanted to help frame this discussion with that information as I'm trying to think who it was. It may have been Kim Rubin. I think you mentioned this in your testimony about the district being relatively small and really needing to discuss this idea that some people can will decide to move across the borders. Norton, before I sort of turn back to the panelists, are you familiar with any studies that the OCFO has done that has shown instances where data has seen where people or businesses have left as a result of some changes in tax policy?
It's very difficult to determine the exact reason. We notice, if you look at IRS data, which shows migration from state to state, there is migration, and the last few years it has been out migration. But the thing is, it's not necessarily always to no tax or low tax states. It could be to California or New York. There's a lot of reasons people move around. One of the concerns, and I think particularly with remote working, the advent of remote working is it may be easier to work in DC and live somewhere else, which could be a problem. But I think by and large, people at high income levels have the ability to move around theoretically, but a lot of them don't. We generally, I think the last time I looked at it, it was about 3% of IRS returns migrated. It was very low percentage. Most people were in the area, and they may have moved, across one of the borders, but it's not as prevalent as you might think. One thing that we've been looking at, and we're going to produce a report shortly, is we've been looking at the USPS, the United States Postal Service change of address forms. And we did notice during COVID that there were a lot more permanent moves than normal, but that probably had less to do with the tax system, as more to do with the ability to remote work. And we expect actually, they've already started coming down. And so we expect that to be a momentary kind of blip.
Okay, and thank you for that, Norton. I do want to, again, think about wealth and income. I think we frequently hear, the notion that we can tax wealth and you can raise revenues by taxing wealth, or, taxing high income individuals. I think it's useful though, and I don't know if anybody can jump in and answer this question, whether it is helpful for people who might be watching to understand what it means when they hear the phrase tax wealth. And should there be a distinction drawn, and I'll turn to Kim first maybe, between policies that are seeking to tax wealth versus those that tax high income earners.
And thank you. And partly I also want to clarify, I agree with Norton. We don't see a lot of evidence that people are moving necessarily for changes in income tax rates or what we're seeing now. My caution was more if we're introducing new taxes that are on sort of the stock of wealth, especially on wealthy people. They often own houses in different places. So you don't actually even need to physically move to change where you're saying your wealth resides. And so in general, when I think about taxing high income people or taxing income versus wealth, typically when we think about wealth, we're thinking about the stock of assets people have. So your house versus the amount of money that you're earning each year. It gets a little complicated in that part of what we tax in our income tax are things that are generated from wealth. So things like capital gains are sort of income that's earned each year from your stock of wealth. So your house is sort of, for most people, typically your largest asset. And so that you could either tax on the base or what the house is worth, or you could tax it, so typically houses we tax on the base, whereas income, we're not taxing on all of your savings, you're taxing on the income that's earned from, say, your savings or your assets. And so I think the difference is what can we measure and what might lead people to changing their behavior, even if they don't physically move, just sort of where they're reporting things. And so that's easier if we're talking about taxing housing because you can't physically move your house. But if you start talking about taxes on, say, bonds or stocks or art, people might say that it's actually physically located or that they're located somewhere else and say that it's not part of the district space.
And yes, I want to give you an opportunity to chime in. I know you talked about that in your testimony as well, increasing property taxes on high value properties. You care to add to that? You're still muted.
Somebody has to do it. I think Kim's point is really important. The message I would really underscore is that it gets very complicated very easily. So one of the aspects we didn't even talk about when it comes to high value properties or taxing overall property values at a higher rate. I mean, we really have low rates, but let's say we decided to have a system where we're either taxing the annual increase in property value. So that's sort of like, some sort of change in your wealth is how much your property value grows, or we have a high value or a mansion tax. I think it's really important to go back and ask the tax administrators and the assessors what kind of pressure it creates on them. So again, and then the other thing that we have, for example, the real property tax cap, Tazra mentioned that. is it maybe better to pull that back as a means to have a more equitable taxing system when it comes to wealth? And important question is, how does the tax cap operate? Who is affected by it? So one of the features of the tax cap is you kind of build untaxed value under the tax cap. And when the economy experiences a downturn, your life is not looking better. Maybe you lost a job, maybe you lost income, but your real property taxes keep increasing because you've banked all of that sort of growth in value. I guess this is all to say that if we are going to apply a racial equity lens into our tax regime, and we should, my recommendation would be to do it in a holistic manner. You already have a legislation that approved the next iteration of Tax Revision Commission with the racial equity lens as its central policy, but we shouldn't just think about the property tax or the income tax or the sales tax. We should look at it in a holistic manner. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I'm going to turn next. Let me just check with Councilmember Silverman, because technically she did attend the hearing first. And I wanted to respect that courtesy, but I will turn to Councilmember Henderson. All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We're going to turn to you for a round.
No problem. Watch, Alyssa's gonna pop up.
Like she did.
Like a minute or two here.
Okay.
I want to thank you all for your testimony. On this particular issue. Obviously, conversation about revenue is something that has been percolating for a while. Separate and apart from the creation of a new tax revision commission. Ms. Taylor, I wanted to follow up on sort of your conversation around real property taxes. Are you trying to suggest that if the district were going to raise revenue, that real property taxes is the best way to do it, or you were just giving an example of this is one option?
I was giving an example in the context of wealth tax. So if our goal is to create a wealth tax, that's the closest you could get. But also remember, the real property taxes are the hardest to change. I give you Proposition 13. So that's really your job. But it was a suggestion as toward the wealth tax.
Okay. How would you, even from the wealth tax, because this has come up before. One of the questions though is you don't want to assess the value of a sales price of a home, but there are occasions where the assessed value, you brought this up, right? You have a high assessed value, you bank this wealth over time, but you're cash poor. And so now you're being assessed that, you bought your home X amount of years ago. Over time, the value has gone up. How do we sort of deal with that piece?
That's a really good point. I mentioned maybe thinking of a circuit breaker in a different manner, but I think this is a question that also needs to be asked to communities, those who had been left behind before, and finally are starting to build wealth, and they look at these existing sort of preferences for wealth as it's their turn, and how do we take it away from them? I think it's a complicated thing that the community can answer.
Shoot, sorry. Ms. Rubin and perhaps some other folks can sort of weigh in on this. One of the things that has sort of been a part of the conversation around revenue at this particular period is that raising revenue, whether it be income taxes, property taxes, et cetera, at the same time that you're coming out of an economic recovery can perhaps have a negative impact, if you will. I think, Ms. Rubin, you were kind of talking about this before in terms of people being able to essentially change where their income is sort of in a very quick way. How are, in your estimation, are other jurisdictions kind of dealing with this conundrum, if you will?
Well, I think it's an interesting case right now because this has been a really different recession. And so I actually am less nervous about saying people can't afford the taxes, because if you're talking about people at the high income or high wealth, a lot of those people haven't necessarily been hit hard. Now, there are exceptions. Like there are exceptions if we think about people who had been restaurant owners or who owned specific types of businesses. You
Mhm.
might want to give them, some help or something else, which I think you're talking about next. But in general, the fact that people like me and most of the people on this call may have been doing pretty well in terms of we've kept our jobs, we just moved at home, means that I'm less concerned about that. More I'm worried about if we're starting to talk about things that are larger taxes or different types of taxes. Like, for example, when Illinois was going to introduce a progressive tax that was just on millionaires, but it was on the base, not on a marginal rate. That was something that worried me, that you could actually start see people moving or changing their behavior. Do I think people are going to necessarily move if we increase the income tax rate a little bit in the district? No. I also think there's room to sort of increase the estate tax. When I was on the DC Tax Revision Commission, I thought that that was something we could have done. The other thing that I think is important to think about as you're going forward is also the administration and coordination across taxes. One of the things that was covered in the last Tax Revision Commission is if we could actually, on the administrative side, make sure that people don't get the property tax break if they're not filing their income taxes in DC. So if they're saying they're living in Florida to not pay income taxes, well, they shouldn't get the homestead exemption. And so that's something that's more on the coordination and the administration side. That might be something that is interesting to think about. And part of it is because when we're talking about people at the very high part of the income distribution, they might have a couple of residences and we might see a change in remote work. It's going to become more interesting to be really aware or cognizant about what does it mean to work somewhere, or what does it mean to be living and working somewhere if your job is physically located somewhere else. And these are the kinds of things that we're going to see in play over the next couple of years. It's at the Supreme Court right now. So it's just things to take into account as you're moving forward.
Right. Hold on one second, Jesse. I just want to sort of follow up with Mr. Francis on this question, or this notion, I guess, that Ms. Rubin kind of brought up in terms of how the advent or the new look at telework kind of impacts our tax policy, and whether or not, OTR currently has the ability to kind of, do the sophistication around, okay, you have property here, but you're paying income taxes there, homestead, that kind of thing.
I will say, I don't want to speak for OTR necessarily, but we have made significant strides in terms of compliance and audit measures, and particularly with our new MIT system, we're able to sort of identify those people that are taking advantage of credits and deductions that they should not be entitled to. And that makes our overall system more fair, and it makes our overall system, people have more trust in it because they know that somebody's not getting something that they shouldn't be getting. I think that's really the interest here, is everybody wants to pay what they owe and move on. Just a quick point, if I may, on the other issue. I think this recession, as Kim pointed out, is truly different. I mean, we don't have the sort of wait and see investment profile that we usually have after a recession. We have something where people want to get going right away. So there's not really the don't tax coming out of a recession argument is a little different this time than it was in prior recessions because of the profile of the recession and the profile. But also some were hit dramatically, and those are receiving, there's a lot of federal benefits for a lot of restaurants and stages and things like that, but they're still, I mean, they were devastated. So,
okay. I'm out of time, Mr. Chair, but I think Mr.
I don't see council member. Let me expand my screen. Okay, yeah, I was just wanted to confirm that. So you can take a little bit more time. I see Tazra had her hand up.
Yeah, but I think Jesse was before.
Okay, here we go. All right.
Thanks so much. I just want to point out two quick things. One is that we're talking about people who own second and third homes. Well, 7,000 of our neighbors have no home to live in tonight. And that juxtaposition is important to me. But also coming out of this recession is the perfect time to look at this stuff, right? Since it's a K-shaped recession, there are people not only doing the same, but there are people doing better. Like people are ending this recession with more money and more wealth than they came into it with, at the same time as many of our neighbors are coming out of this recession with less money. So this is not only a good time, it's really the perfect time to enact these revenue raisers to make sure that everyone is paying an equitable and fair share in their taxes, to make sure that we're coming together as a community and using our collective wealth to lift everybody up.
Tazra.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Jesse just said. Raising taxes in the right way does give us the money to jumpstart a recovery from the recession. And we've seen this from federal relief packages. You know, the best way to grow our economy is to put money in the pockets of families to spend it on housing, food, and other necessities. You know, raising taxes on wealthy folks is just the way to help us climb out of the recession. I do want to go back to the property tax on high value homes. We know that only about 2.3 of homes exist above the $2 million mark. And overwhelmingly, those are people or DC residents who are not poor. And also, as we're thinking about regional migration effects, there's no evidence that shows that raising taxes on high income people or wealthy people will lead them to flee the state. Oftentimes when people lift up that myth, and it is a myth, it's because they're cherry picking the data. There's no empirical evidence that stands up to scrutiny that suggests that people will flee. And there have been studies after studies showing that people typically decide where to live based on community well-being. Are there libraries? How good are the schools? What type of job opportunities? And all of those things thrive whenever we make adequate collective investments. And then lastly, as you all are thinking about regional tax comparisons, I just want to echo this point again that high income people who Jesse has said have thrived, they're rip roaring ahead in this economy. They pay a lower effective tax rate than the bottom 80% of folks combined. And I think that, you know, rankings and regional comparisons can be really helpful, but we have to tell ourselves that that's not a progressive tax system. Yes, our low income folks may pay a lower effective tax rate than people at the top, but if our middle class folks are paying a lower effective tax rates than folks at the top, we cannot say that that's progressive. So even if we do rank highly, we have to really scrutinize how we're taxing income and wealth and being honest about where there are some growth opportunities. And I think that we should pay more attention to capital gains. And I've heard that administration is hard and tricky, but so is oppression after hundreds of years. Like if our tax system is racist and is allowing white people to hoard and build wealth, administrative burden should not be an excuse to unpack that and to improve it so that we can actually truly build wealth equity. And I'll say it again, we cannot pay for baby bonds, UBI, or other really transformational investments in the district without taxing wealth and high incomes.
Tazra, I will just say, and I know Mr. McDuffie is being really generous here in terms of time. You know, I've definitely seen the research that shows around the movement piece being a myth, but I also didn't expect that there would be people who would literally move their entire families just to get in-person schooling, which happened last year, right? Like literally move jurisdictions just for the option of being able to send their child in school. And so I'm just trying to sort of explore, have people's psychology in some ways changed during the pandemic in terms of what they want out of their government and what they're willing to do to get that. But I'm going to yield back my time or I'm over my time.
It's fine. And you'll have another round. We're going to continue this for at least another round. And I see that Kim has her hand up. And so I want to let you respond, Kim. And then
I just want to stress though that like taxing housing, right, that doesn't matter where people say they're living. Like if you wanted to do stuff on real estate, that's sort of relatively fixed and easier. And I agree with the fact that I don't think people are moving. I think part of it is trying to be at least aware if people can move where they say their assets are, right? So I think housing versus non-housing wealth becomes a trickier thing to try and make sure we understand what people will do and what might shift in what they're reporting rather than what they're actually doing is part of what I'm a little concerned about.
That's a great point, and I think it's maybe worth to even explain a little bit more. I know, when looking at taxing high value properties or some sort of mansion tax, there are some people who live in a district get the homestead. There are other people who have second or third homes who perhaps do not live in the District of Columbia. You get less revenue if you only tax the folks who don't live in the district. But I think it's worth acknowledging that perhaps the folks who don't live in the district, who has a second or third home, perhaps they might be more inclined to sell that home and get another home, a second home somewhere else. And so, I don't know how much it weighs or should weigh into considerations of whether to pursue this as an avenue to raise revenues if the council so decides. But I think it's worth mentioning because it could affect how much revenue you generate, but also ultimately whether you're able to continue to generate that amount of revenue if people start to sell homes or leave or what have you. So I wanted to give Yesem an opportunity because I saw that you had placed your hand up, and I know that you probably have some
Wants
thoughts.
to follow up with some additional data on the regional movement patterns. Setting aside who moves why and when, we know that the growth in the district's tax base has been largely built on the population growth. Its consequences may not have always been great, but its impact on our revenue has been really strong. And so on the population side, what we know from the data is that people move to the city for jobs and generally move out for housing. And in the last 2 years, we don't know the net effects because the census is late releasing the county population growth patterns. But we know that the domestic in-migration, which created the engine for population growth in the district, has been negative in the last 2 years. So we're largely reliant on babies right now. Second, we did some research on the movement of the firms in the region. And it shows us that the district is a great place to start a business, actually one of the greater producers of new establishments, but it's a net exporter of businesses, especially when they hit a certain size. For example, for every 10 jobs we receive in the city because a company moves from Fairfax to DC, we lose 24 jobs to Fairfax because a company moves from DC to Fairfax. And that relationship holds true with many of the other jurisdictions. Third, we've recently done a survey of parents in the DC area, especially those who used to have children in DC public schools, but then chose to move out to surrounding jurisdictions. We shared that research with the council during the council recess, and that underlines Councilmember Henderson's point about the anxiety that the COVID is creating. It has pushed parents out, and they have made decisions based on COVID and moved elsewhere in the region. Thank you.
Okay. Kim, you had your hand up, and so I want to go back to you too, so that you could add to that.
No, I just didn't lower it fast enough.
Okay. Okay, got it. I want to kind of revisit something I thought I heard a little earlier, Yesem, when you talked about raising income taxes on higher income households and what considerations should we make for communities who were previously locked out. Can you expand on that? I want to make sure I understand where you were going with it, and I think I may have a follow-up.
So if we look at the tax policies through the racial equity lens, if our goal is not necessarily raise more taxes, because you can raise taxes from high income households, wherever you want to tax, but is to address some sort of racial injustice in the tax code, a tax on higher income residents is not necessarily going to address that. And the reason for that is a lot of the preferences that are baked into income tax policies, personal income tax policies, are driven by federal tax expenditures. And that means that, it's your mortgage deduction, it's the deduction or the sort of like the preferential treatment of self-employment retirement packages or the college funds and all of that stuff. So that leaves us with this even with that information, our ability to use the income tax to address racial inequities is limited. It's limited because if we say, okay, we're going to decouple from mortgage interest deduction, then the next person who's going to move into the district may say, okay, I can build my wealth in Virginia. That's actually treated with a preference, or I can move to the district and not really build my wealth. And this hit on the asset prices may affect behavior more than the sort of like the tax on income. So that's the point that I was making. And that brings me to the importance of, really understanding the racial impacts. For example, Tracy Gordon from the Urban Institute, she's probably the only person from Urban who's not here today. She has written about having a microsimulation model that incorporates sort of like a racial equity lens. We do not collect race data in our income taxes, but we collect race data in our unemployment insurance, in sort of like through the unemployment insurance tax program. I can see residents being reluctant to release information about their race to the tax office. But we can match our current tax data to the DOES's data on the administrative reports from employers, and that can give us some more information. We can try to match income tax data with real property data. Norton's team has done this and can yield some new information. We can have annual household surveys so we understand the impacts of sales taxes better. So these are the things, in my opinion, is really important. We put our sort of like, efforts into to think through the tax system with a racial equity lens.
Thank you for that, Yashim. I'm going to go to Kim and then Tazra.
I just wanted to say, I agree with some of what Yashim said, but partly we could move away from totally being in lockstep with the federal policy. Vermont in 2017 and 2018 decoupled. They basically stopped letting people itemize deductions. What they did is they basically said everybody gets the standard deduction, and they gave people a charity deduction. So people could take charity on their taxes, but they got rid of sort of some of the mortgage interest and the state and local taxes. If we think about the fact that currently fewer people are actually itemizing, and it is disproportionately people at the very top of the income distribution, that wouldn't necessarily be a crazy thing to think about decoupling as a way of getting around some of the preferences that are baked in because the federal government has them if DC wanted to do things differently, right? It isn't necessarily something you could do it even if it is baked in because of the federal government. Other states have done it and other places can think about it. And it is something DC could consider.
Okay, Tazra?
Sure, and I would just say, I don't think anybody on this panel is saying that taxing high income people is going to close the wealth gap. In fact, I've been pretty clear that it will not. But the question is, will it advance racial equity? And the clear answer is yes. And there are microsimulation models that actually evaluate tax incidence by race, and ITEP has just updated their model. And I asked them to run numbers. If we raise taxes on people at $250 and up, what share of the tax increase would be paid by white people? And it's more than 2/3. So we know that our tax code, again, makes white people richer. And this is the tax idea that would actually lower some of the wealth that higher income people would pay. And again, at that taxable income of $250 or more, or even $500, because of the way we allowed married people to file their income taxes, 90% of it would be paid by people earning about $1 million or more. And just like we can't educate our way out of the wealth gap, we can't create home ownership as the sole way to close the wealth gap. We're also not going to tax income to close the wealth gap. We have to target wealth taxes. And as Kim just said, we can do that. And as Yashim also said, we can do that by looking at the way that we do conform to the IRS tax code. And Councilmember McDuffie, you did a great thing last year during the committee budget markups by scaling back opportunity zone programs. That is a federal program that gives wealthy people a tax break on their capital gains. I think we should completely eliminate it because there's not really evidence that shows that it works. It's really a giveaway. We can reduce the mortgage income tax or the mortgage rate deduction. We can limit the savings deduction, which we know about 70% of it goes to households that earn over $200,000 a year, and those are mostly white households. So even though taxing income isn't going to close our stark wealth gap, which, as you've heard, white people in DC have median wealth, have 81 times the median wealth of Black households. Even though it's not going to solve that, it can create more equity in our system, which is sorely needed. And those dollars could be used to invest in things like Birth to Three that will advance racial equity as well. I really hope we get a chance to talk today about capital gains, because wealthy people can amass a lot of wealth and never pay taxes on it until they die. And so I would really love this body to look at taxing unrealized gains on a year-to-year basis. Is it complicated? Yes. Is it possible? Absolutely. Is it going to help close the wealth gap? It definitely will.
Thank you for that. I will note that we have been rejoined by Councilmember Silverman and joined by Councilmember Allen. And I think Councilmember Henderson is still with us. And so the way that I have the lineup is Councilmember Silverman, Councilmember Henderson, if she's still here, and then I'll turn to Councilmember Allen for a round. And I think we're gonna have to transition in a minute though to the last panel. So Councilmember Silverman.
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember McDuffie, and my apologies to everyone. I've had conflicting Zoom meetings, so I keep having to jump on and off. So I was here for Ms. Taylor and Ms. Rubin, and then I apologize, I missed everyone else. But I have some big general questions. So first, I have a feeling that several of you testified about raising revenue. And my big question is, we're going to receive $2.3 billion and I'm glad someone else thought ARPA was a really bad acronym, but in the American Rescue Plan. And so what is the argument for raising revenue now when we're going to be, the front page of the Washington Post said a few days ago, like states and localities are flush with cash. So why raise revenue now?
I can take a step at that, Councilmember Silverman. I mean, it's fantastic we're getting money from the federal government, and that money should be used to help build back from the COVID-19 recession. But I want to note that that money or very little of that money can be used for reoccurring things like permanent supportive housing vouchers. So if we want to end homelessness, we need local tax revenue or recurring funding to do so, which is why we're calling on the mayor to invest $100 million to end chronic homelessness for 3,100 households. That cannot be done with federal money. We're getting about 300 vouchers from the feds, which is phenomenal, but it's not nearly enough. And I've been thinking that the money we're getting from the feds is to help make up for the past 18 months. But even if we return to a pre-COVID status quo, that's not acceptable. We still have thousands of people living outside, tens of thousands of people about to become homeless at any minute, huge rates of childhood poverty and hunger. So the only way we're going to address those root causes is by raising money through our local tax policy and local revenue.
It looks like several other hands are raised. I see right now, Ms. Taylor.
I think what the federal fiscal aid provides is an opportunity for us to be really thoughtful about how we revise our tax policies moving forward to incorporate a racial equity lens. Jesse is absolutely right that if you want to pay for baby bonds, if it's going to cost you $30 million, you have to raise that anyway. It's not in our budget right now. But right now, we have about $2.3 billion coming from the federal government. Without that, we're already, if you look at our baseline budget, not even including what the mayor will propose and the council will adopt, if you look at our baseline budget, the budget from this fiscal year, and look at how it grows, they're adding nothing to services. If we compare it to our current revenue projections, which incorporates all the information Norton and his team has about the future already in there, we're already looking at a budget deficit. So as we stand here today, without the federal funding, we are already looking at tax increases. So the question is, how best do we think of that as we move forward? I think what the federal government's funding does is buys us time so we can use the funding to address the needs from COVID, also, fill in the gaps in our 4-year financial plan without the federal fiscal aid, but give it some thought. And I think the Tax Revision Commission, as you have approved in the last year, is a good way of doing so.
Okay, just keep in mind, everyone, I have another big question and only 3 minutes left. Oh, I thought Ms. Mitchell, you wanted to answer. I saw your hand up. Okay, yeah. I'll move. Oh, you do? Or, well, you'll be involved in the next one. So it sounds like, Ms. Mitchell, I imagine you argued for an income tax increase on high income earners. Ms. Taylor argues that a more equitable way, as I understand it, would be to increase property taxes. And Ms. Rubin, you said you were on the last Tax Revision Commission. And if I remember the argument from the last Tax Revision Commission, there was this argument about competitiveness. And one of the things that I remember is that the property tax is very competitive. I think we have the lowest residential rate in the region, which I think the Tax Revision Commission saw as attractive, I guess, to get people to move here, because like Montgomery County is like $1.20 or something. But of course, that they almost every other jurisdiction ties their property tax to schools. So here's my big question. Why should we do the income tax? Or why do you think the income tax is not as good as the property tax, Ms. Taylor? It was a little bit in your hearing. Like, if you're all saying we need to raise revenue, then do we do income? Do we do property? Do we do both? Ms. Rubin, how did the prior tax commission sort of think about this? So maybe we'll go in clockwise order. Ms. Mitchell, Ms. Rubin, Ms. Taylor.
Sure, I don't think that it has to be an either or. And you want to think about these things in smart ways, but I think both of these ideas will advance racial equity. I've already made that case for income taxes. 90% of the tax increase, if you start at the $250,000 mark of taxable income, would be paid by people earning about $1 million or more. That is taxing people who are both high income and high wealth. That is not up for debate. For property taxes, what we know is that our tax system sorely advantages home ownership. And in DC, that is advantaging white residents. What we know is between 2010 and 2019, home values have overwhelmingly benefited white residents. If you look at census data, they've gained about 77% of those gains. And so looking at property tax increases should be one of the tools that we evaluate to advance tax equity. And I think Norton made a really good point that we do want to look at our tax rates and our tax advantages and protections for low-income people as a whole. So we want to think about both income taxes and property taxes. But if I can just say one thing very quickly about the Tax Revision Commission is that we know that taxing high-income people is good for the economy, especially during recessions. We know that racial inequities have been exacerbated. We know that as Jesse said, the federal revenues will be one time, and this is the most important budget that we'll have in our history. And we don't need a tax commission or a study to tell us that.
Councilmember McDuffie, can I just ask your indulgence to have Ms. Rubin and Ms. Taylor? Sure. I appreciate that very much, if they can be efficient in their answers.
And I agree with most of what Tazra was saying, right? I think you want to consider both. And, part of what we did last time, it was a little weird. It wasn't that everything that was passed were things I agreed with, but there was unanimity. And so there were trade-offs across it. But I think in general, I would suggest doing things on both, right? You kind of want to consider both and think about who it will help and who it won't help. And then if we're increasing rates, figuring out how you help people who you think might be vulnerable. But DC is already doing a pretty good job of protecting and having things in place to sort of help low income or older households who might be hurt if we increase property taxes. So I think we have room to grow and to move it, but I think you do want to consider all systems together.
Ms. Taylor?
I'll be very quick. I think what I want to encourage the DC Council is to consider all of these policies together. So let's take property taxes, right? Starting with the point that Tazra made about how values have increased. So between 2006 and 2018, the number of condominiums in the district increased by 22,000, like a 50% of condominiums. And the number of single family houses increased by like 3, which makes sense. It should be really 0, but we were at 3. The value, however, of single family homes more than tripled during that period. So where is the value being capitalized? It's capitalized in the buildings that were built way before economic growth hit the city. How can the district address racial inequities in home ownership? The best way to do this, is it increasing income taxes, is it increasing property taxes, or is it looking at single family zoning and the comp plan? So I really want to encourage thinking across all urban policies that create a certain outcome. So we're dealing with a big problem and we're just saying, okay, the income tax will help solve it, the property tax will solve it, but there are other things that we can do that's far more direct in addressing racial equities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McDuffie.
Sure, Councilmember Henderson.
Actually, Councilmember McDuffie, Councilmember Allen asked if he can go in front of me because he has another appointment. And
I don't mind so long as you don't mind.
I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie, and thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I appreciate that. I've got a gun violence meeting that's starting in a couple of minutes, but I really want to get one quick round of questions in here. So thank you very much. Very briefly, I've been able to kind of tune in and out throughout the day. And Mr. McDuffie, I really appreciate you holding this hearing and going through the different topics and ideas. I think there really are both looking at how do we look at closing that wealth gap as you've tried to frame this, is really just thinking out some really smart, sound strategies. So I just want to make sure I thank you and your staff for putting this great conversation together. I think this, as much as this last weekend felt exciting for a lot of people, going back to a restaurant or whatever they chose to do, I know for me, it felt a little bit more normal than it's been in a long time with the kids being get out. That felt great. One weekend does not make a recovery, and this recovery is going to be long. We know that from Pew's study, it took 10 years or more for job market to recover from the last recession in 2008. We've seen that unemployment for Black residents is 5 times that of our white residents in the city. And we know that we're going to need, 28 months of consistent job growth like we saw last month for women to recover the jobs that were lost. This isn't going to be a 1 year or a 2 year or even a 3 year recovery. It is going to take many, many years. And that's why I think this conversation is so important. And I'll say one of the things I'm concerned about as we go into this budget, Ms. Mitchell, I heard you say this, I agree, this is going to be one of the most consequential budgets I think we will be facing, is that there will be a tendency to look at the federal relief dollars coming in. And on paper, this budget's going to probably look pretty good. On paper, it's going to look like this thing pencils out and we've got resources and we're in great shape, except for the fact that a lot of it's one-time funding. A lot of it's highly restricted in what we can do. And there will be a temptation, I think, to say, let's wait till next year. Let's wait and see, and then we'll decide, for example, do we need to raise revenue? And if we choose that, what we are telling our is that just see if you can hang in there for 1 more year in pain and hurting and loss, and maybe we'll get around to it. And let's be honest about the schedule. If we are waiting till next year's budget to make decisions about raising revenue and then where we need to prioritize those investments, that means we're actually waiting until at least October of the following year. And in reality, government does not work that fast. So you're talking about 2023 before any of those dollars are actually going out the door. So if we don't choose to act in this budget, we are telling people it's a 1.5 years at least until we're ready to be able to put something in place. I'm not prepared to do that. I think there are people that are hurting right now. But this conversation has been really helpful to hear around different strategies, some of which I think there probably is the political appetite for. And I'll be honest, I think there's probably some that perhaps there aren't there right now. And I think one of the most consequential parts I heard, and Ms. Mitchell, I was going to turn to you if you want to elaborate on this, was that when we talk about should we raise income taxes on our highest income households, That act in and of itself is not going to close a wealth gap. But if we make choices that take the revenue and reinvest it into communities that we need it, in communities that have been left out and left behind, then we do have an opportunity to use that revenue to close racial inequities within our budget. Can you just explain a little bit more about what you see as ways, like if we raise revenue off our highest income households, I think I heard you reference something around this, but like demographically, who's impacted? And if we invest that in communities that are hurting, particularly, I think communities of color, in what ways do we have an opportunity to really help reshape and rebalance some of our racial inequities within that decision?
Thank you, Council Member. That's a really great question. I think, yeah, the stat that I mentioned is that ITAP ran data that showed if you do raise taxes at the 250,000 taxable income mark, about 2/3 of the tax increase in the top 20% would be paid by people who are white. And we know that that's just the top 20%. They don't have enough data to actually go to the top 1%. But if we look at the top 1% of data, what we see is that folks earning about $1 million or more would pay 90% of the tax increase. So we're targeting the very top, and white folks who are the most advantaged in the tax code would pay the most. And you're right. It's not just tax equity, but it's about how we spend the revenues that are raised. We know that the federal dollars are one time. Norton said that our revenues are projected to be $2.3 billion below pandemic levels through 2024. And so our federal dollars will help replace some of that, but we have to repair years of racial harm. And if we don't learn from the lessons of the last recession, we could have another lost decade for Black and Brown residents in DC. And we have to be very intentional and use these dollars and put a laser focus on racial equity. Otherwise, it's going to be a missed opportunity. And when I say a laser focus on equity, I'm talking about housing vouchers. And Jesse's testimony beautifully laid out why we need to have permanent supportive housing. I'm talking about birth to 3. We made a promise to the city in 2018 to give every child an equitable start, and Black women who are disproportionately represented in the sector fair wages. And we've made very little progress. And that bill is actually at threat of being repealed because it hasn't received enough funding in the last 2 years. So I'm talking about transformational investments, bold investments in Black and Brown communities by taxing mostly white residents. And I think that we should be okay with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm also kind of a both and type of guy. Like I hear the conversation around, should we, let a tax reform commission kind of be able to study and evaluate? I don't disagree with that, actually. I think there can be a lot of value in having that type of piece. And Ms. Rubin, you talked about I'm probably not going to agree with every decision that comes out of commission, right? But that on balance, I see trade-offs that take place. But I don't think that means that I can't also look at a decision in front of me and say, I see pain, I see need for long-term investments, in particular in childcare and in housing, and I can do both those things. Do you have any advice, Ms. Rubin, about being able to say that, yes, we can do both those things of having a long-term strategy and commission and take action now?
And I think that's right. I think we can take action. One of the things that we do that we try and encourage when we're talking to other places too about this is setting things up with targets or with goals that you're meeting that will trigger things. So I think we could move forward right now, but we can also have a commission that's looking at how these things work and also looks more deeply about what it all means and not be afraid of revisiting if something doesn't seem like it's doing what we think it's going to do. And so partly, one of the discussions we had in the last tax revision commission was what we actually thought the income tax rate, the top rate was, because, some people thought that the top rate was the rate that was the permanent rate after the temporary increase went away. And others of us were thinking that we were going to keep that rate that was the temporary rate and make it permanent. And there was negotiation that went by. And so thinking about these questions and thinking about action can happen, and then building in a way of evaluating it and thinking about what else could be done seems like something that could go forward and happen.
I appreciate it. Thanks to the whole panel. Ms. Henderson, thank you very much for letting me skip the line here. I appreciate it. And Councilor McDuffie, thanks for facilitating this really important discussion. Thanks so much.
Glad you were able to make it. Appreciate it, Councilman Allen. Turning back to Councilmember Henderson.
Thanks, Councilman McDuffie. You know, it's so interesting. I find this whole conversation to be just like very timely. I'm currently reading The Whiteness of Wealth by Dorothy Brown, who, for some of you who don't know, is an Emory tax law professor who essentially said she went into tax law because she thought she would get away from race, and then found out, nope, it's all tied and connected together. And I think, Yeshim, you were the one who's saying, like, you know, the IRS doesn't collect race data. And I was like, wait, what? That just doesn't make any sense to me. That seems like we collect all kinds of other data, and all of these other agencies collect data based on demographic characteristics. But with the Internal Revenue Service, we have decided, no, we shouldn't know, you know, who's paying what by what. But one of the things as I'm reading the book that I'm realizing, and not, I wouldn't say realizing as like, aha, this is my first moment, but that she kind of like underscores is the fact that it's built into various facets of the tax code, right? So it's not just income tax, it's also how it plays out in student loans, and as you said, Tazra, capital gains, and the marriage penalty, and all of these other pieces that kind of put together. And so to kind of pull from, I guess, follow up a little bit, I guess, from what Councilmember Allen was saying, I think one of the things that you hear all of that, and it's very easy for people to say, then we should have a revision commission to look at it in the holistic manner. But I also hear you saying too, and I would agree that like, we're in a moment, and if we miss it, we might miss it. So how does the council, in the confines of the budget process, which is fast and doesn't necessarily, I guess, allow for a lot of voices to, you know, actively participate in the process, given the structure that we have, how do we know which ones we should tackle now and which ones we should hold for the commission, if that makes sense? Jesse, you came off mute. I don't know if you had a...
Yeah, just a few quick thoughts. I mean, if your neighbor's house is on fire, you don't stop and form a commission before you put the fire out. You put the fire out. As I stated in my testimony, homelessness at one particular encampment has grown by 400% in the pandemic. We are in crisis, period, and we need to end the crisis, and then we can have these other conversations later. I think the council knows what you have to do, right? You have to raise revenue on highest income earners to ensure that wealth and opportunity are distributed equitably throughout the city.
Well,
I do want to...
Can I just push back a little bit? Because I would say, yes, raising revenue on the basic, on the surface, for sure. I think we can, I'm not going to speak for all of my colleagues, but I would say the majority of us could say what we hope and desire to fund outweighs what we have in revenue, and therefore you have to raise taxes in order to fund, you know, those pieces. But in terms of like how much revenue, which rates, which tax pieces, I think that's where I'm trying to get at in terms of like, how do we do this in the period of time that we have?
Sure. And I want to note that I'm reluctant to think of the Tax Revision Commission as a panacea, right? If folks remember 5 years ago, a lot of what was recommended but not, or what wasn't adopted, was recommendations to raise revenue on, like, by taxing rich people. So are we going to have another Tax Revision Commission that is recommending pretty much the same stuff that we're recommending today, but doesn't get passed because it's not politically expedient? That's not the solution either. I defer to like the wonky tax policy to the experts on this call, but just want to name that the Tax Revision Commission left a lot to be desired. So the solution is likely not to repeat the same process.
Okay. Yeshim, I saw your hand up first. You're on mute.
Just to be very clear, we're getting $2.3 billion plus capital funding, plus money for WMATA, plus some more, $386 million for school, plus $21 million for testing, just through the latest legislative initiative. The timeline to spend that, and I'm not including the housing money, which has its own, issues, but the deadline to spend it is December 31st, 2024. That's the third quarter into fiscal year 2025. Let's say the district takes it and spends it in equal amounts over 3 years. We'll get half the money now, half the money next year. But let's say we took it and spent it in equal amounts over the next 3 years. That's $733 million. That's 9% of our local revenue. That's a big number that can address a lot of things over 3 years. In the meantime, just to compare that kind of resources to what the Tax Revision Commission has done, Norton worked on that, Kim was on it, so correct me if I'm wrong, but the entire package, once implemented, the big difference from 1 year to other was about $280 million. So all of that work that went into Tax Revision Commission did not generate anywhere near what the federal government is providing us. So this is not to say that you have to raise taxes today or you can wait for 3 years, but to say that the resources that we have right now versus what you can accomplish through a Tax Revision Commission, they're like totally at different levels. And the Tax Revision Commission is not necessarily a means of raising revenue. It's a means of meeting certain other goals, a goal of incorporating racial equity, a goal of becoming more competitive, more equitable, whatever the goals are. And that's why I really want to go back to that. First, we have the time. We have a lot of resources and we have the time. And second, we have the time to think about the purpose of changing our tax system. Thank you.
Tazra?
Thanks. I just would remind folks that several members of the council voted against the personal income tax last year because they wanted more time. And here we are having a similar argument. I would just say, to answer your question, Council Member Henderson, about process, I think that the council actually gives a lot of its budget power up to the mayor. You all take the mayor's budget, send it to the respective committees, tweak it, and then make more changes in NCAL. In some states, what they do is they take the legislative body takes the mayor's budget, has a revenue discussion built into the budget process, which DC does not do. That way they can determine whether or not revenues are sufficient at the front end of the budget debate. Then they set new spending targets for committees, send those spending targets to the respective committees, and then develop their budget. But you all take the mayor's budget and make small tweaks. And so I think a budget process change could actually give you all a lot more power and actually a process to have those revenue conversations as a collective. And I think that those revenue conversations should actually happen in Cal, where every council member is a member of and can help make those decisions.
Thanks, Tazra. I'm saying that. I don't chair a committee. I'm a baby freshman here on this body. And, processes are what they are, but we can shake the boat where we can. But I definitely hear you on that. I appreciate all of you providing testimony. I think the chairman says we have to move on to the next panel, but I want to thank you so much for this conversation. And I'm sure we'll keep talking over the next few months. Mr. McDuffie?
Yeah, we should probably start a book club too, Councilmember Henderson, maybe during recess or something. We've all got our copies, okay. I appreciate that. So I'm just gonna ask one last quick question because we have to get to the last panel. I expected to get there by at least one, and want to be respectful for everybody's time. I know this has been an extraordinarily thoughtful conversation throughout the day, and I think it's going to be equally as thoughtful with the next panel. But if I could, just one last question to you all, continue discussion about how we use tax policy to make equitable investments in communities of need, and thinking about perhaps how people of color, Black people in particular, perhaps have been sort of left out of some of the benefits of our tax code locally and federally and otherwise. Does anybody have any thoughts on some of the things we talked about earlier? For example, baby bonds. We talked about UBI, Universal Basic Income, as a way to provide immediate and perhaps more sustainable outcomes to address some of these things. I know I'm shifting things here, but I know that some of you all perhaps may have some thoughts on the things that we discussed in the first two panels. If not, fine. I just want to give you an opportunity before we transition.
I have a couple of thoughts that might not be totally coherent, but I like the basic income and I like the idea of baby bonds. Baby bonds is also something that I worry a little bit about how you deal with people moving in and out of the district if they move into Maryland and Virginia. I'm guessing that was some of the concerns that the government witness might have had. But I just think it could be interesting in sort of setting up a program where things accumulate over time and how you do that in a place that might have mobility issues. But I think the idea of trying to build up some assets feels like the right thing at the bottom. And a lot of what I liked about what we did in the last revision commission wasn't necessarily on the revenue raising side, was tweaking some of the policies and some of what DC has done that's helped people on the bottom, right? So I feel like the childless EITC is a big win in DC. And so doing things that can get people more income feels like a win if that's something that's possible, either through a credit or through just cash payments.
Yashim?
I'm a big fan of the baby bonds idea, but two things that occur to me is how it might affect sort of like FAFSA applications. And I think it will be interesting to talk to UDC and to Trinity University, especially like Pell Grants and things like that. So that's where my mind goes, largely inspired by how the council's study on basic income show the strange interactions between federal and local policy. So I think that's worth checking into.
Okay. Anybody else? Tazra?
Yeah, I mean, I watched Professor Derek Hamilton's remarks and the others, and I think that he made a really compelling case for how baby bonds can help close the racial wealth gap. It's not going to be immediate, right? Like your proposal, which I think is a good one, would, you know, be for children who were born here. So, and then they would have to wait until they're 18. I think one thing that Derek Hamilton pointed out was that maybe it's worth thinking around the limitations that the bill sets on like how residents can use those dollars. He mentioned, and as we all, most of us know, is that Black and Brown families have generational responsibilities. We often send money to our parents. I've been paying my dad's phone bill since I was 18. Like it's a very common thing in our communities. And because of poverty and intergenerational poverty, folks who grow up in poverty are likelier to be in poverty. And when we make it out, we have a lot of caretaking responsibilities, and making care responsibility as one of the qualifying factors might be a good tweak for the bill. And I think the major takeaway for me is that it's going to take a lot to deconcentrate wealth. And so thinking about income stability and economic stability as the first step so that we can actually build wealth is important. And so expanding the eligibility around how those dollars could be spent would be a good one. I do like how it goes further up the income scale, but looking at income data and race data to make sure it's actually targeting Black and Brown folks, to make sure that we are setting up the eligibility mechanisms in a way that will reduce those gaps would be good.
Okay. I said that was going to be the last question, but I do want to ask one other thing, because I feel like part of the conversation seems like, and it's not just this discussion. I feel like in some of the discussions that I've had with people in the public, we think about the $2.3 billion in federal funding, and we think about, you know, these conversations about potentially raising revenues, and it's almost like an either or conversation. Is there, I mean, if you had to pick something significant, something bold, something that we haven't already done with CARES Act funding last year, in order to try to address, you know, some of the challenges that we've been discussing, you know, to make investments in the future economic prosperity of the district in a way that is immediately impactful, given the constraints on the timing of how and when we need to use the federal funds, what would that thing be? And Tajra, I don't know if you had your hand up for the previous question, or any of you have something you care to offer about the federal funds? Yes, ma'am.
I really want to emphasize the importance of your point. Because of the way our expenditure and revenues look right now, we really need to invest in economic growth, and this gives us a chance to invest in some inclusive economic growth. I think any kind of supports to Black-owned businesses right now to help them grow, expand, or just get any supports from the government would be good. I think investing in a racially diverse talent pipeline through providing opportunities of real work for our students in high school or transitioning into early careers is going to be really important. I'm sorry about that. And those are two ideas, but I really think that we have to support economic growth right now.
Okay. Any final thought before we transition to the next panel, Tajra?
Yeah, over 80 advocacy organizations sent Mayor Bowser a letter with ideas of how she could use those federal dollars. So I'll make sure that I drop a link in the chat for the lawmakers who are in attendance. But I think we really have to make sure that we're taking care of excluded workers. These are people who don't work, who are either undocumented or who don't work in the formal economy and who've been largely left out of unemployment benefits. They are really struggling to make ends meet. And we know that these are one-time dollars, and they've gotten one $1,000 check over the course of an 18-month period, and that's just not enough. So making sure that we're listening directly to affected communities would be a really great start. I also think, our childcare sector is also on the brink of collapse, and we have to be really strategic about how we're using both the CBED and stabilization dollars to make sure that they're made whole. And then Jesse can speak to this far better than I can, but buying hotels and making sure that we're investing in permanent supportive housing is a must, given how much harm this pandemic has created.
Okay, Jesse, Kim?
Absolutely. Thanks for mentioning that, Tazza, and Councilmember. Thank you for your support of purchasing the Wardman. This is exactly the pot of money that can be used to do that, not just the Wardman, but many of the hotels around the district. We can buy them and for not a lot of money, turn them into low-income housing and permanent supportive housing that can end homelessness. And if the district doesn't jump on that opportunity, we know that they're going to get turned into luxury condos. So we're hopeful that the mayor's budget includes lots of money for this on Thursday, and if not, we're going to be coming to the council with the same ask.
Got it.
If I can just add, and this might be off topic. So I was going to start with childcare and trying to figure out how we transition people back into what looks like a more normal economy. So money that's targeted, especially to Black women who may have been home with their kids and groups that were hurt. The other thing, and this is off topic for this, and I apologize for that, but using some of that money to try and get rid of some of our onerous revenue systems. Like I keep going back to fees and fines and forfeitures in criminal justice. That isn't what we're doing today, but I just keep thinking about it because it's the anniversary. But figuring out if there's a way of using some of those funds to maybe get rid of things that are criminal justice fines or things that could disproportionately hurt communities, I would think would be an incredibly useful way of using some of that money. So trying to get rid of things or having an ability to pay if people are subject to tickets or things, just to try and get rid of a source of harm for certain communities.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate you all, again, being generous with your time today. We're going to transition to our final panel of the day. Thank you each.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Norton, for sticking around as well. Appreciate it.
Sure, no problem.
All right, we're going to have the next and final panel, which includes Neil Albert, who's the president and CEO of the Downtown DC BID, Thomas Penny, who's the president, Donahoe Hospitality Services, Debbie Ratner-Salzberg, who's the board chair of the Federal City Council. And I appreciate each of you sticking around and your patience. We obviously wanted to spend a part of this time following Deputy CFO Norton Francis's testimony about the state of our economy and how things are, to speak directly to folks who are working in that space. We know that tourism, hospitality, restaurant industries have been devastated by this pandemic. And so we thought it important to have this conversation about how it's impacted our downtown, how it's impacted those industries that have meant so much to the district's local economy. And frankly, are most challenged in terms of businesses during this pandemic. And so we're gonna, I think we got everybody on at this point. We're gonna start with Neil Albert.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and other members of the committee. Again, thanks for this opportunity to opine on this really important subject. I'm here in my personal capacity, but obviously my thoughts are focused through the lens of my current employment as the president and CEO of the Downtown DC Business Improvement District, and my current work as the chair of the board of commissioners of the DC Housing Authority. So, as you rightly said, this pandemic has wreaked havoc on the DC economy and the downtown DC economy. Downtown DC, for context, is just this 1 square mile, or 1.6% of DC's total land, but it's home to 24% of DC's pre-pandemic jobs, 33% of our hotel rooms, 18% of restaurant sales, 2% of DC's residential units, and has a net fiscal impact pre-pandemic of about $881 million. That is sort of the revenue that net revenue that we throw off to the DC economy. So I want to commend you for actually having this hearing, and that covers several ideas, including a child wealth trust fund, universal basic income, and wealth tax. All ideas that have been discussed in academic circles for years, and not just in the United States, but in other countries, and some introduced at some scale here in the US. So how will these policies fit into DC and DC today? I think listening to the conversations earlier today, there's a whole lot of reason to celebrate the fact that we are one of the most progressive states, cities in the United States. We have a robust lineup of progressive economic, housing, and education programs and policies that I'm very proud of. Our tax policies are some of the most progressive in the US, and we've heard about that earlier today. So from our individual income tax rates, no sales tax on groceries, a strong earned income tax credit policy, homeowners homestead deduction, the senior citizen, disabled citizens property tax relief, credit for income payers for a portion of their rent or mortgage payment. In addition to those housing tax policies, your policies that support low and middle income earners. DC also has many programs that promote affordable housing. And the mayor just announced yesterday that she will be putting $400 million new dollars into the Housing Production Trust Fund. Our minimum wage has been increasing over the last few years to a target of $15 an hour. And some of our panelists also talked about the generous education benefits that you have here in DC. But with all that, I would agree with most of the panelists before that there is a big disparity in wealth and income, racial disparity in wealth and income. You guys have heard the statistics before, so I wouldn't repeat them. So what's wrong with this picture, right? So DC, I think we need to study the three options being discussed today in detail and other ideas to deal with the racial disparities in wealth and income in DC. However, as has been mentioned, DC's economy is just beginning its economic recovery to regain the 720,000 jobs it lost during the pandemic. And many business revenues are still 20 to 50% pre-pandemic level. And I would love for us to be mindful that DC's current tax system and regulatory system currently creates higher costs for DC's businesses and residents than urban jurisdictions in Maryland and Virginia. So what to do about this? So here are my recommendations, and I think many people talked about the Tax Revision Commission. I won't call it a Tax Revision Commission. I would, however, recommend the establishment of a commission that sits for about 12 months to study, in addition to some of the revenue ideas, the issue of racial disparity regarding wealth and income. Many people have said that we should be judicious in how we use the federal stimulus dollars that have come our way to fund recommendations or to help close some of those gaps. I will also say set aside some of those resources to fund recommendations from the commission. One of your prior guests suggested, and I agree with her, and that was Yasim, that we strengthen some of the programs that we already have on our books, like the CBE programs that target Black and Brown businesses. Develop and release construction and development solicitation that explicitly require racial balance among construction and development teams. And then establish easy access to capital and loan programs that are targeted to Black and Brown businesses. So I know there are no magic solutions when addressing the challenges of racial inequalities, but I believe this and other similar discussions serves to just help keep the focus on this issue. I hope through this dialogue, the public and private sector will come up with long-lasting strategies for building wealth equity. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on this issue.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, we're going to move to Thomas Penny. You are muted.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, Councilmember Silverman, and members of the committee. First, I'd like to provide a quick update on the status of our industry. 15 months into this pandemic, occupancy levels continue to dance between single digits during the week to 40% on weekends. Meetings, corporate association, and government travel are non-existent. Overall revenues continue to be down 70 to 80% to pre-pandemic 2019 levels, with roughly 70% of our team members disconnected from work. I've been in the hotel business for close to 30 years and have never experienced anything remotely close to what we're experiencing right now. Hotels have depleted their reserve accounts to support operations and keep their doors open. Notwithstanding hotels using PPP to pay and maintain benefits of their team members, hotels are still having to borrow money and make significant capital costs to keep the hotels afloat. While some of our lenders provided a few months of forbearance, lenders now expect for hotels to make mortgage payments. Hotels have borrowed money and delayed paying vendors to pay our property taxes. The hotel industry is a critical contributor to the hotel's tax base. Additionally, it's a low floor, high ceiling industry and rewards hard work over degrees and other credentials. As we look to place this pandemic in our rearview mirror, we need hotel relief grants now, as this would be equivalent to sending a cardiologist to ensure hotels survive, followed by continuing to direct more resources to Destination DC, as this funding will help to attract more leisure customers in the short term, counter perceptions of the city not being safe, and would be equivalent to a nutritionist to place us on the road to stabilization and strengthening our destination. Other destinations who've historically not been as strong, i.e. Baltimore, are looking to take advantage of DC's present position to grab market share. Every dollar invested in Destination DC contributes to hotel stays, butts and restaurant seats, and more customers at local retail establishments and entertainment venues. Over the past 10 years, our industry has been a key ally in employing district residents with multiple barriers. Many of these individuals have now found themselves disconnected from work for 15 months. They're now ready to come back to work. However, we do not have the resources to bring them back. We need relief to allow for us to welcome them back and begin to advance further into this recovery. While I'm here to discuss the current state of our industry and opportunities to strengthen it, I would be remiss if I did not address the Child Wealth Building Act. When I was growing up, my father oftentimes said, quote, "It doesn't matter how much you have in your yard. If your neighbor does not have enough in his or her yard, the struggle continues," end quote. The Child Wealth Building Act is a down payment towards ensuring those born in poverty have a clear path to transformational opportunities. This legislation is one of the most impactful to come from this body. Chairman, I applaud your leadership and commitment to leaving things better than you found it. you have my full support in pursuit of passing this legislation.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Penny. We're going to turn to our final witness of the day, Debbie Ratner-Salzberg. It's good to see you, and thank you for being here giving your testimony.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you as well. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Debbie Ratner-Salzberg. I am the chair of the Federal City Council, which is a business civic organization. Its trustees or members are CEO level leaders from some of the largest employers and businesses in our community. I'm here today to share the overall business perspective and implore the council against any tax hikes at a time when the economic recovery is uncertain and high-income workers are increasingly mobile. And also at a time when the city is set to receive an unprecedented influx of $2.2 billion in federal funds, taking the pressure off of local tax revenue immediately. First, let me say that the Federal City Council is committed to an equitable recovery. We incubated the Washington Housing Conservancy, which is a private sector-led initiative to create and preserve workforce housing. We are launching new programs to close the digital divide and direct more DC residents into the local talent pipeline to get good paying jobs with social mobility. But as important as it is to achieve an equitable recovery, this goal should not be pursued through the tax code. A tax hike could, in the end, lead to harmful impacts on our economy and ultimately erode the tax base and tax revenue the city relies on to fund its generous social support system. The city's tax revenue has skyrocketed over the last 2 decades, largely because of its expanding and robust economy. It is this economic vitality that enables an expenditure-heavy progressive agenda. Even before the pandemic, the district faced an uphill competitive battle with its suburbs. It is true that DC seemed to be good at encouraging and incubating startups, but as the DC Policy Center's work has shown, these companies head to Roslyn, Reston, or Tyson's once they reach a certain size. Some of the region's most iconic companies, from AOL to CVent to O-Power, all followed that same growth and locations trajectory. Schools play a large part, but so do costs. By that, I mean real estate taxes and regulation. It simply costs less to run a large company when you step over the border, leaving the district. Business location decisions are long-term. CEOs want to understand not just the specific rules of the moment, but the spirit of how things will be for the next decade. DC mayors have had a solid track record fighting for business. The DC Council could be a champion too, but its recent track record is worrisome. Recent regulatory decisions have needlessly antagonized tax-paying businesses. For example, the non-compete ban was passed without an understanding of how catastrophic such a ban could mean for companies who rely on investing in human capital to drive innovation and profits. A company will not locate in the district if it knows that its competitor in Arlington could orchestrate a one-sided poach of their software programmers, mechanical engineers, or paralegals. I urge DC Council members against taking for granted the commercial property or high income tax base. Do not assume that when one company leaves, another will line up to replace it. Businesses have been beelining to low tax jurisdictions during this pandemic. Do not assume high-income residents will continue to stay in the district given the new teleworking mobility of a high-skilled labor force. DC was already especially vulnerable to losing office workers. 2/3 of district workers are commuters, and 2/3 of the region's workers can work from home. If costs continue to climb higher in the district, businesses and residents may pencil out their budget and find that it's just not worth it anymore to stay in the district. At the same time, the city's retail and hospitality sectors are reeling, as you have just heard. Small businesses downtown are desperate for the return of our office worker foot traffic. Before COVID, downtown retail was already 15% vacant, and it's now 65% vacant, with 30% of those establishments permanently closed. This is a tragedy with real-life implications for their service workers who are out of a job. And permanent business loss affects the government's bottom line as well. The CFO expects that next year's commercial property tax assessments are expected to be down 10% and hotels down 20%. What the city needs is a robust economic rebound where those retail shops rehire their workers, where office staff returns downtown to patronize these shops, and where more businesses are attracted to the district to then hire more local DC residents. A tax increase now could threaten the very foundation of not just the economic recovery, but the future tax base that council members need to fund the services and the future that we all want to help our city thrive. The Federal City Council and the business community are eager to address disparities in our community, especially racial disparities, through a variety of means, several of which I have previously mentioned. But this is not the year to increase taxes, with $2.2 billion coming in from the federal government. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony, each of you, for your testimony this afternoon. I've got some questions. I see at least a couple of my colleagues are still on the line. If they turn on their cameras, then I'll make sure that they have rounds of questions for you all as well. I want to start off with Neil Albert to talk about downtown. You mentioned in your testimony, essentially downtown is technically a small geographic area, but it's got an outsized economic impact on our local economy. And we know that the daytime population, which swelled ordinarily prior to the pandemic, has plummeted since the pandemic. Thinking about what economists have suggested might be the time frame where we start to see people returning to work, I guess, more routinely. I think perhaps there's a segment of the population that will never go back to, I'll say they may not transition immediately back to work with the routine hours, 9 to 5 downtown, and may prefer to do more virtual. What kinds of things can you discuss with us that the council should be thinking about to try to, as we reopen, really support the recovery of downtown DC? How's the impact of the pandemic been on the workers who ordinarily would pour into our downtown and leave us with those tax dollars during the day?
Yeah, well, thanks for asking that question, Council Member. And I think you framed the problem quite well. We're sort of an oversized, or pre-pandemic, an oversized economic engine of the city. And that's really because of the 188,000 employees that work in downtown pre-pandemic, driving the rest of the economy. And so a couple of things that we think need to happen. One is to encourage people to return to office when it's safe to do so. And I know there are a number of initiatives underway within the government and the private sector to do so. Second for us is to address the large and looming office vacancies rate in downtown DC. Even before the pandemic, we were experiencing vacancy rates at about 13 to 15%. Depending on who you talk to, those effective rates are 17 to 19%. And so it's something needs to be done to make sure that that does not bring down the value of real estate in downtown DC, and hence the revenues that go into the city's coffers to pay for some of these programs that we have been discussing. So we're working with the city on a number of initiatives to address that, including converting some of those to residential units. But I heard Jesse earlier on this call also mentioning another opportunity that the downtown bid support is using some of our, our surplus hotels to support some of the pressing needs for not just affordable housing, but for housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. So using maybe some of the stimulus dollars to acquire a hotel or two that may not reopen, so that we can move a number of our brothers and sisters into sort of more pleasing environments. And so those are some of the things that we're working on right now. On the regulatory side, I think COVID has proven that the government, both the executive and the council, can act quickly when they need to do so. I would encourage that we continue to revisit the elimination and relaxing of some of the regulations that we had prior to COVID. It just made it difficult to do business in Washington, DC. And then finally, I think we all could support Metro sort of ramping up safely to encourage people, not just folks who work in DC, but visitors who come to DC in large numbers every year to do so safely. So I hope I answered your question.
You did answer the question. I want to sort of toss it over to Deborah Salzberg as well. Your testimony, you talked about the need to return of the office worker foot traffic. And I think everybody understands how critical it is, but we also have to be realistic about how much time it might take before that happens. What are the ways that the district can encourage folks to come back and we could see some of that return of office worker foot traffic? I think you mentioned that downtown retail was already 15% vacant before COVID-19 hit. So I think there's some realistic expectations about when we may see that return. How should the city and the council, as we prepare to see the mayor's budget, be thinking about making those investments to get workers back to our downtown, either through the federal funds or otherwise through local budgets?
So I would thank you for the opportunity. I don't want to just give this back to Neil, but I will tell you that Neil, the BID, and many other employers have been working on this with the district with district government for quite a while. We really need a plan with activities. I think many of you know that I was responsible for developing the yards, which was basically a totally deserted federal property that we opened with a park. And people came down to this park because of programming, because funds were put in to have a great park and to have great programming. And that's what attracts people. I was just downtown last week, and Franklin Park, is that the correct name, Neil? I know it's directly across from the beautiful plant. Thank you. Is under tremendous renovation. Getting that park open, the money the city has put in, programming funds to bring people downtown, free coffees, all sorts of activities that encourage people to come downtown will bring foot traffic back. And that is what we need.
And with the remaining time I have, Mr. Penny, what do you all need? What does our hotel industry need? Obviously, very important to our local economy, the amount of workers that you all employ. Many of these workers are still out of work. And I know Councilmember Silverman understands well. She's been on DOES about unemployment system and making sure that people have access over the course of the pandemic. But what do you think should be the top priorities, both as the mayor submits her budget, but also with the federal funding that has come to the district through the American Rescue Plan?
Clearly, I think the greatest need confronting us right now is relief. We recently made our property tax payment March 31st, and we paid the full rate for it, notwithstanding the revenue shortfalls that we've been experiencing. I think from a hotel perspective, our industry has been at the forefront, again, really being partners of district government to help folks get connected to opportunities in a significant way, be it at the adult level or the high school level, where we got 500 kids in the city right now learning about the hotel business from operations to ownership. And so I think we need relief to basically make it through the next 90 to 120 days, with the hopes that now that things are loosened up and the city is about to open back up, that we see an opportunity to get on the speedway, if you will, of customers coming back to DC. To the extent that doesn't happen, we will have some challenges. And clearly I support some hotels that might not reopen converting for other use. As a matter of fact, I had a call 2 weeks ago with an entire committee of nonprofit organizations addressing this very issue. Now, granted, some hotels, it just will not still work, but there are hotels where it will. And I gave them a list of those hotels and provided some information around that. So Again, we want to continue to partner with district government, but this is a dire situation we find ourselves in, of which we need support.
All right, thank you for that. Councilmember Silverman?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Albert, Mr. Penny, Ms. Salzberg. Thank you for your commitment to the city. Let me start where Councilmember McDuffie left off, Mr. Penny, with the hotel industry. So you gave some very frightening numbers about occupancy rates. I'm interested, so is this international, we know that international travel will not be resuming anytime soon. And so how much of the occupancy is driven by international travel, which we know will not return in the next few years because of the horrible situation with COVID abroad? And then to really get to brass tacks, as my mother would say, although I don't really know what brass tacks are you asking just for property tax forgiveness? Are you asking for more grant money? We have these flexible federal dollars. I have suggested to the mayor, to businesses, that we should just give money for rent or for property tax if you owe, if you're an owner. So what do you think is the most effective relief? And then the second part would be, given international travel is not going to come back, what do we do to help your industry? Not going to come back soon.
Thank you, Councilwoman Silverman. So international travel represents less than 5% of occupancy in the city. Most of that is coming from China. And so it's a material benefit to the city. But the overarching, business that we get is from the federal government, obviously, and corporate travel and associations.
Okay.
That travel is critical. We're hoping that we'll start to see some signs of some degree of recovery towards Q4 of this year into Q1 of next year. But specifically to your question, right now, hotel relief grants using the same vehicle, Events DC, that was deployed the last time. It was an efficient process. They did a great job of having a straightforward application. It was fair to all hotels, and so that's what we're asking for. And the amount we're asking is basically equivalent to the property tax, because we're still having to meet that obligation, notwithstanding not having the money.
So pick a hotel of yours. How much do they? What is their property tax bill? Like, what are we talking?
I would say it's an average of roughly about $7,000 per room. So if it's a 100-room hotel, that's $700,000 on an annualized basis.
Okay.
We pay twice. We pay March 31st, and then we pay again between August and September.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the annualized payment. It's roughly on average $7,000 per room.
Got it. Okay. Let me turn to Ms. Salzberg. As head of the Federal City Council, I assume you were involved in the Amazon quest for Amazon. What was Amazon's #1 reason why they picked a location?
So I actually was not chair of the Federal City Council, but I was involved working with the district at that time. And while I can't answer for Amazon, I would tell you that a number of us believe that they wanted a location where they had vested property rights. They knew if they went to a site, they could control that site for up to 4 million square feet. As you know, we've had a lot of issues in the district with whether somebody actually can control a property unless it's fully owned at that point in time. I don't think we had any place. I think they wanted a government that they could work with, that they had reliability, that was willing to step up. And I think the city that Arlington and the state of Virginia and the educational community all stepped up to create a very welcoming scenario.
Yeah. So I heard the #1 reason was workforce, that there was an educational system that would support the pipeline of workers that they wanted. And that takes money. And I have to say that I think we have relied on outsourcing or importing talent in our city for just way too long. Virginia has a very impressive higher education system, and I'm not talking about UVA. I'm talking about Northern Virginia Community College, which is training its workers, the state's workers. It is their workforce development agency. We need to create, I think, a similar system. Otherwise, we're just not going to be able to compete, or we're gonna lose our tax base. Taxes are very important to you. I heard in your testimony, Ms. Salzberg. I mean, right now we're losing so much of our tax base because that money income that's earned in our city is being sent to Richmond and Annapolis. I guess I would just say, instead of, I hear that the progressive agenda is the downfall and so forth. I've heard that many times. Yet our economy, except for COVID, which is obviously an international phenomena, and public health crisis, has been doing well. But I agree with you. And I guess I would just implore the Federal City Council and the Downtown BID to work together. I don't think a progressive agenda is counter to the business community. I'm going to say that again and again and again, in that what we're doing is investing in people. And I think what's most critical to Donahoe, to Forest City, in the end, maybe it's control of property, but I think your people are probably the most important thing. When I go to Mr. Penny's hotel, what makes me want to come back is that I'm greeted, and I know I'm greeted at his hotels at the front door. I know the customer service is impeccable. I know that his employees enjoy working for his company. And I think that's what makes a big difference. So I guess I'm on my high horse a little bit here. But I will just say, I hear you on tax competitiveness, and I'm not closed-minded to that. But I'm also open to having a workforce development system that actually trains workers and gives our biggest businesses workers, instead of relying on Maryland and Virginia.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm out of time anyway.
Do I have time to respond, Council Member McDuffie?
That's up to Mr. McDuffie.
Without objection from Councilmember Henderson, I think you should go ahead and respond. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I agree with you 100% that workforce is critical. And one of the programs that I mentioned is that we have launched a program called Hire DC. Yesterday, for our District Strong, Mayor Williams interviewed both Doug Furstenberg, who's the chair, and the president of UDC. Why was that of particular interest? UDC is working on a program with Amazon Web Services to train and come up with a program that would certify workers. I don't think, and I know, I don't want to speak for Neil, but Neil has an entire BID force that is workers who greet us, who are kind, who are good, that he has trained. So all of us agree with you 100%. And it is very high on our list. We have colleges and universities here. When you look at what happened with Amazon in Virginia, it was a Virginia school that stepped up and moved closer and ran a program. And we are very capable of doing the same with our local colleges and universities, and we are pursuing this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No, it's fine, Councilman. I kind of figured you were probably talking about that program with Amazon and UDC. Were you not, Councilmember Silverman, when you were referencing?
Well, Amazon has its issues. Let me tell you.
They certainly do. They certainly do.
But my point is, I heard from the search committee that that workforce, having a pipeline of well-trained workers was their top issue. It really was. And, Virginia stepped up to the plate. And I just, and the problem, and then I'll stop because I see Councilmember Henderson, and I don't want to get on the bad side of anybody here. But the point is that our residents move out to get in-state tuition at Nova and at Montgomery College, and then they stay out there. They stay out there. And then that tax revenue goes away for us, property tax and income tax. So I just hope, I know that sometimes we disagree, but I think in the big things we actually agree. And I hope we can spend just as much time talking about where we have agreement and how to get to solutions than fiery rhetoric about where we disagree. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that, Councilman Silverman. When I heard you say reference Nova earlier, I was actually texting with my staff because I thought you were referencing the program that Debbie mentioned, because I'm familiar with that program. I've talked to President Mason, and frankly, I think, I don't want to speak for either one of you, but that there is some synergy there, because I was on a call with the Federal City Council maybe a month ago where I referenced similarly what you're saying, that frequently it's not a shortage of job opportunities in the district. The challenge is having our residents trained to compete for the job opportunities in the district.
Especially in IT.
Right.
And I'll just say, Councilmember McDuffie, the reason I love IT is you don't need a 4-year degree. I hate to offend all the people who love the ivory tower and stuff, but you just need a certificate. And that's what is a great advantage to us, is that we can, we don't need to have like expensive 4-year infrastructure. I mean, UDC is great, but we also just need it. And what I think we've seen in the Labor Committee is people who get the certificates end up going back to school because they earn income, and then they want to be managers. And they know that in order to be a manager, they might need that 4-year degree. So it works together.
So they are actually, UDC is actually looking at a structure where there is certifications, it's tiered, right? To meet people where they are for the jobs that are in demand. And it's not that Amazon is training them just so they work at Amazon. They would work with UDC, build out the administrative structure, staffing, faculty, the actual capital needs, infrastructure, et cetera, so that they can train district residents to compete for the jobs that are in demand, those tech jobs that you're referencing right now. So I'm hoping that we're going to hear more about this, when we have our budget discussions, and that we can talk to the chairman who has oversight of education in UDC, because to me, this is a no-brainer, right? I mean, this is exactly what you're talking about, right? In terms of competing and not, sort of seeding these district jobs to out-of-state residents because they're better trained at their local community colleges or wherever they're getting their certifications for. And so, Councilmember Henderson, thank you for your patience. I just thought it was a moment to sort of just dovetail on what Debbie had mentioned about what UDC is doing, because frankly, we need it. We need it like yesterday in our city. And so I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson for a round, and then we're going to close it out really soon.
Okay. No, that was a great back and forth. And frankly, I have to say, Mr. McDuffie, this has been an incredibly interesting hearing that you've put together. And I appreciate that you are allowing a little bit of leeway in terms of having more dialogue. I kind of want to sort of move just a little bit to ask Mr. Alpert, we have had conversations. I've had conversations with the BID in terms of some of the challenges and things like that you all have been facing, particularly in the downtown area where you don't have a lot of residential, you have a lot more commercial. We're seeing, rising pieces in terms of vacancy. But I'm curious, for the businesses for which they haven't given up their lease, right? They still have a lease, the office space, et cetera, but they haven't decided yet to have their workers come back, I guess, in sort of full capacity, if you will. What are they saying is the hesitancy in terms of that? Because, we had an earlier conversation about income taxes and about property taxes, but frankly, we need some sales tax as well. And it is those workers who help generate that who are coming downtown each and every day.
Well, it's a very good question, Councilmember. And I think what we hear, the BID does a survey of office workers on a regular basis. A couple of things kind of stand out. One, childcare, big issue, right? So people are not going to come back to the office and leave their kids at home. And so, the mayor's efforts to reopen schools should be applauded. I heard a couple of panelists earlier talk about the importance of quality childcare and investing in it. In fact, Councilmember Silverman just talked about that. So I think that's a major barrier that we somehow need to overcome. I talked a little earlier about the transportation network in DC. So I go into the office a few days a week and I drive, and it's getting more and more crowded. And so making it easier for folks to come back downtown, ensuring that Metro people feel safe to hop on our buses and our trains. There are more people on buses these days than on trains. So making people feel safe about that is also going to help folks get downtown. And then, finally, I would say, how do we get our workforce back at work, right? So particularly folks who are in the retail industry, so people who work in the restaurants, in the retail outlets, right? And for them, it's a number of factors. Primarily childcare, from what we hear, to transportation. So all these issues are sort of focused on getting the folks who need to get downtown, get them there safely so that they can feel contented that their families are being taken care of while they're at work.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good sort of point that you're making, although I want to make a distinction here because I had a conversation with Asi this morning specifically about early childhood. And 80% of our childcare centers are back open. The 20% that are not are concentrated in downtown. Right. They are part of childcare centers that are in the large buildings, Bright Horizons, et cetera, where they have childcare as part of the pieces here. So right. And that's for younger kids, but even still, it's kind of like a chicken and the egg conversation because I kind of need those childcare centers to reopen if we want some of these law firms to bring their people back. So I'm curious, is the BID sort of having this conversation with those companies about what comes first here? School is part of it, right? I'm not dismissing that, but for younger kids who can't necessarily go to summer camp or things like that, where older kids, we can make that transition and make that happen. But I need some of your daycare centers and some of your buildings to reopen.
And Chris, Councilmember Henderson, I don't disagree with you. So you're right. It's a chicken and the egg situation. But I can talk for folks who work with me that have kids at different ages. So school age and kids who require daycare. Getting their school age kids back in school was of primary importance to some of them, right? And to others, it was getting the younger kids who they needed much more attention into daycare. The people that run office buildings in downtown are ready, right, to reopen in a big way. And so the onus is on people who call the shots, right, in these offices to encourage people to do so, and then they're actually doing so. There's a number of PR and other campaigns around that will help you realize your goal, council member, of getting kids back in the daycares in downtown DC. But timing is important. It's almost summer, right? So, if I'm a parent, I've suffered through a year and 3 months of this, right? Summer is upon us, right? So, am I going to save a few dollars and keep my kids home until fall? That's a decision that some parents are making that's affecting the occupancy rates downtown.
Right. So maybe what I'm hearing, Ms. Salzberg, some of your federal city council members, or who are the ones who are the decision makers, need to talk to some of Mr. Alford's building people to kind of work on a plan. But overall, too, I mean, Mr. Penny, I want to bring you in on this conversation. We talked a little bit about this, right? Like how Q4 really can be the turning point here. And it seems like it's not just the turning point in terms of the hotel industry and events and things like that, but also around downtown, because Q4 heading into the fall where people are starting to feel like, okay, we can do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Q4 this year is critical. I also think just the psychology of folks being home for 15 months I've had some of my employees to say they begin to question whether they want to come back to work permanently. And some of, begin to kind of just rethink their priorities. And so I think it's really, really important that we try to get folks back as quickly as possible. One, such that they can contribute to the tax base of the city, but more importantly, just for the psychological benefits of them being back at work, back connected. I think some of the other ills of the city get automatically better as they get reconnected to work, and they want to be reconnected.
And I would just add that the business community is beginning to go back to work. I think what happened was people anticipated September. No one anticipated that the vaccines were going to work this quickly. And all of a sudden, people had made plans, whatever, their kids were going to be home, they were going to be home. They just weren't prepared. They weren't ready to go back. And they basically thought maybe July 4th we'll start bringing people in slowly, and come September, everyone will be back. So I think this has moved the timeline up. I think that is a real issue. I also do think, as I mentioned, we now have a workforce. We have a large workforce that can be mobile, and people don't necessarily want to come back immediately. And it's a tight workforce. So people are also worried about how they bring people back so that they don't lose the employees that they have. So it's a combination of circumstances, but I do believe people are starting to come back.
My time's expired. Mr. McDuffie, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. I'll just ask one last thing, just sort of to cap it up. In terms of like incentives for relocation or to essentially interact and engage entities that would be willing to fill vacant office space downtown, are there things that we should be doing or that you've seen other jurisdictions doing perhaps that the district should consider, whether it is through use of the federal COVID funds or some other local funding that could help stabilize our downtown and attract some businesses to places that are vacant at the moment?
So I'm happy to start this conversation because I have it all the time. And I know people will say DC is such a desirable place to be. And I believe it. That's why I moved here. But, people have options in this region. And DC is but one of those options. And so I do believe that we should start refocusing on incentives to attract more businesses here. So Yesem said in her testimony earlier today that there are a lot of startups that occur here, but they leave here, right? And so incentives to attract businesses here, but also keep those businesses. So we can't every year, attack the few business and attraction incentives that we have in place, right? So every year, council, chips away at some incentive. I would suggest the opposite will be progressive, meaning putting more incentives in place to attract businesses. Secondly, I think, and you guys are doing some of this, is investing in our infrastructure. So Deborah mentioned Franklin Park, right? So people want to live and work in pleasing environments. And so, I think DC could fund the infrastructure needed to create these beautiful, wonderful spaces that people would want to work in. And then finally, I think we need to be intentional about how we attract businesses to DC. Many places have, and Virginia, for example, has at state level and at municipal level offices dedicated to attracting businesses from across the country and around the world. I think DC could actually learn from those examples and stand up, such an office, or at least strengthen one if it exists. So those are the three suggestions that I'd like to put out there.
I'm going to go to Thomas Penny and Deborah Salzberg for any final thoughts.
So I support what Neil suggested as options. But I also just want to say, I'm proud of the members that we have at the council level. You all are trying to solve for some really critical issues as it relates to district residents that have been left behind. And there's some businesses that have been good actors, but there's some that need to do a better job, quite frankly. And I think that's what you all have been trying to solve for. And so you all have been good partners to me as a business leader. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to share today and look forward to continuing to engage with you all going forward.
Debbie, any final thoughts?
Yes, I would agree with both Neil and with Thomas. I would say that I believe that the district has done a good job and is continuing to subsidize where necessary, and we need to help our retailers, and we absolutely need to help our hotels and small businesses. I do think in terms of incentives and building up businesses and getting businesses to stay, we might want to think about bringing back the QHTC, the Qualified High-Tech Tax Credit. I mean, we're talking about tech jobs. We're talking about improving our workforce and training them. We want jobs to come here and to stay here. We want businesses to come here and to stay here. And I think these are the type of incentives that Council can think about bringing back, actually, or about looking at in terms of, in terms of how we can keep, build, and maintain business and a good tax base.
Thank you for that. And thank each of the witnesses. Thank you to my colleagues who were able to attend. I will say, beyond QHCC, the conversation about incentives, I think also, particularly during this pandemic, needs to be tied to rehiring and retaining workers. I think sometimes it isn't stressed enough that needs to be a part of the conversation that we're having. I know it comes up in my conversations with labor that they want to make sure that component of incentives are there. I think I've had conversations, I think it was in performance oversight with Deputy Mayor Fachicchio, where he talked about incentives in response to a question I raised about, I think it was an analysis by the DC Policy Center that compared some of our incentives to other jurisdictions. And I think it's important to really enhance transparency. One of the challenges with QHTC is you really couldn't tell what the benefit, who was getting the benefit and exactly what the benefit was. And it made it difficult to quantify the value of the investment that the district was making. And so I think it's a good note to end on, but it also, I think, demonstrates the value of having these types of discussions as we contemplate tax policy, as we contemplate post-pandemic recovery, as well as those types of policies that are transformational and are in direct investments in individuals like baby bonds and UBI. And so thank you to each of you, and thank you for all the witnesses who took time to testify. I thought this was a great discussion, and I hope that you all feel the same. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written remarks for the record may do so until 5 p.m. on Friday, May 28th. Submissions should be emailed to the committee at businesseconomicdevelopment@dccouncil.us. This marks the end of today's public hearing. At noon tomorrow, the committee will participate in the joint hearing with the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities to discuss Bill 24-155, the BB French School Disposition Act of 2021. Members of the public have until 5 p.m. today to sign up to testify. The time is now 2:20 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you to staff as well.